It's now time for The Sit Down with Don Tony.
The Sit Down, where Don Tony talks one-on-one with his followers.
What are you looking at?
About the world of pro wrestling, pop culture, and so much more.
The Sit Down with Don Tony.
And now, your host, Don Tony.
I wasn't going live, but after what we witnessed last night, I said, nah, we could fit in a little bit of Sunday night sit down, especially at WrestleMania ended. You know, something very fascinating happened yesterday for WrestleMania 42 Night 1, and I sat back. And you get the usual suspects in the media world. Observe the people out there. My sources tell me Randy was supposed to win. My sources tell me that they were going to do this. My sources tell me this. My sources tell me that. It's always funny how they claim they know this 5 minutes after the event happens, but they don't tell you for the months or weeks leading up to it. The best part is, and this is why I chose Hulkamania, brother. I chose Hulk Hogan as the thumbnail for this episode because I literally wanted to, and I grew up a Hulkamaniac. I wanted to punch the TV screen. How many advertisements we got for that documentary. We're all wrestling fans. Almost everybody who ordered WrestleMania is a wrestling fan. And even if you do subscribe to ESPN Unlimited and not a wrestling fan, if you're not a wrestling fan, then why would you have tuned in? All right, even if there's a curiosity factor, Netflix don't have to sell Hulk Hogan to any of us. You're either going to watch or you're not going to watch. Unless there's a magical part of the universe, maybe Artemis found a different planet. We found that that's where our souls go. And they got footage of Hulk Hogan saying, listen, I'll let everybody know, brother, I'm sorry for using the N-word, brother. We're either going to tune in or you're not going to tune in. We did not need a commercial for 3 minutes after every goddamn match yesterday. You know, if it's a wrestling show, you want to sell us something that we don't normally watch, plug a movie, plug a different sport. You're plugging this over and over again, and I'm watching people out there, well, night two will be different. Night two will be different. The best way I could describe WrestleMania 42, now keep in mind, I'm doing this live 5 minutes after it ended. I haven't had a chance, like some other esteemed podcasts out there, that wait a day, 2 days, 3 days before they talk about it. Wait until they see what the popular consensus is, then they talk about it. I will summarize my immediate instinct about WrestleMania 42 like this. Was night two better than night one? Absolutely. No question about it. But the best way I could describe night two to night one is, when you were a kid, this is what I thought about. When you were a kid and you had a cold for the first time or a cough, and your mother or your father, or maybe your, I don't know, you were in a juvenile detention center. They gave you cough medicine for the first time. Or you were a baby and they gave you Brussels sprouts for the first time. And the first time you taste it, like, oh God, this is awful. This cough medicine, no. And then you take it the second time around. The next day, it doesn't taste as bad as the first time. All I saw for 24 hours was we only had 85 minutes of wrestling and we had 68 minutes of commercials. 85 minutes of wrestling, 68 minutes of commercials, 85 minutes of wrestling. We got 85 minutes of wrestling for night two. There was no difference. You had one less match than night one. You had the same amount of wrestling. So this whole argument of we had so little wrestling and lots of commercials. What's your excuse about night 2? What does that tell you? The reason why night 1 sucked for so many of us, and I don't want to single out any one individual except for what I call him, the white Travis Scott. I blame it on Pat McAfee. Pat McAfee, because you're the one on TV. All right. We can't single out anybody at TKO. Pat McAfee and celebrities. That's what it came down to. I didn't have any issue with iShow Speed, and I didn't have any issue with others for the most part. Jelly Roll went to the fucking sausage cart during the main event. But what does that show you? That you had the same length of wrestling for night 2, the same length of commercials for night 2, the same number of Hogan commercials for night 2, and yet everybody's like, wow, WrestleMania night 2 blew the doors off of night 1. Blew the doors off of night 1. You look at the matches on night 1, okay? Here's something else to think about. You look at the matches for night 1. You had a 7-minute match, a 14-minute match, 2 8-minute matches, 17-minute match with Gunther and Seth Rollins, 6.5 minutes for Liv and Stephanie Vaquer, and then the 22-minute main event. This time around, the length of the matches were almost the same. Some of the matches obviously were shorter, Brock and Oba, and yes, we'll talk about Brock in a moment. But the thing is, it's not the length of the matches, it's how you use them, how it's perceived. If WWE, and listen, you know, I said something during the show tonight, and I want to just mention this one individual. I got to pull up his name. Adam Weitzman. Adam Weitzman. You probably never heard of him before. Even though you go on Instagram, he's got 14 million followers. Although I have a feeling we may need to run it through aretheyfake.com, because he's a billionaire and he's an entrepreneur. But as far as I know, I unless there's something where he took wrestlers off of the street, gave them a home, gave them food, gave them shelter, gear, training, I don't know any association with this guy whatsoever. I did some research during WrestleMania. I can't find nothing. All I do know is that the people in wrestling with the largest social media following follow him. Follow him. And if you saw on WrestleMania Night 2 tonight, he was the guest commentator with Michael Cole and Wade Barrett during the Jade Cargill Rhea Ripley match. And I'm looking at this guy and I'm saying to myself, you, sir, nothing personal, you, sir, is the poster child of what's everything wrong with WWE. See, me being a fat boy my whole life, especially in my teens and in my 20s, I'm not going to do it here live because something tells me I'm going to knocking something over and screwing up the show. But if I went out to a party or a club, being a fat teenager, 20-something-year-old, let's pretend this is a female. And if the female just went like this, okay, you got my attention. This guy, because he's a billionaire and his dream was to sit ringside with Michael Cole or just at WrestleMania pretending to be Art Donovan, says nothing. We had awkward gaps on the show. Now, I used a VPN. Fuck ESPN. I canceled my membership. I watched it through Netflix, used a VPN. Shout out to the United Kingdom because I used your country to watch it. And I'm thinking, okay, maybe because I'm tuning in from the United Kingdom, maybe he did something to the United Kingdom and they have his commentary on block. Then I thought maybe he's there for the deaf. Maybe he was there for the deaf, and maybe the deaf get the alternate version, and you see this Adam Weitzman in the corner going like this. You know, we don't hear nothing, but maybe he's doing this. Maybe he's doing sign language, like just doing that. But he's just sitting there and sitting there. He didn't even say thank you. I didn't even hear one word out of his mouth. And then I was like, wow, he is the poster child of what's everything wrong with WWE right now. You spread your legs. You spread your legs. You have any type of influence. We'll figure out something. You want to pay us $1 million because your bucket list is to have a screenshot to show all your billionaire bigwigs out there. I sat the announcer's table during WrestleMania. That's not part of it. I'm thirsty. That's what it's come down to. WWE has turned into a billion-dollar country club. And only the clout are the ones that get the in. Everyone else, if you want to be, it's almost like, okay, you're part of a country club. We're going to do this open barbecue tonight. All right? You show up. I'm not part of the country club, but I've been there before, and, I want to go, and I want to have some good time. I'm a clean person. I'm not in any legal trouble. Nobody's going to do any drive-bys. I'm going to call. It's open to the public. Then I show up, and I see this billionaire bitch walk in for free. I see this other person walk in. Hey, how you doing? How you doing? Everybody's walking in. And then I get to the thing, $40,000. But nothing. If you're a bigwig and you got influence, no problem. It's like the scene in Goodfellas where Ray Liotta goes on the first date with, oh my God, it's sacrilegious to Karen. Goes on the first date with Karen, and he walks into the restaurant and they're moving all the tables and this and that. That's pretty much what Adam Weinstein is. And for us everyday folk out there, we're not jealous. I don't want to sit in no wrestling table. I don't want to walk anybody down the ring. What I don't want is to see every schmuck that if they're on Netflix or they've been a former this or current that or want to be this, because this person's lifelong dream is to escort this wrestler down to ringside, and then we're supposed to shut up about it because the wrestler likes them. Nah, man, that's the big difference with night. And guess what? I know a lot of people won't say this, and I'm not reading from my notes yet, but I'll say it here. I commend that Little Yachty is a wrestling fan. I commend that he seems like a decent guy. But let me tell you a little something about Little Tugboat today. If you watch Little Tugboat, all right, in the corner for Trick Williams during that match, all right, understand that any celebrity right now, unless they do a staged spot for their viral moment so it could be replayed 480 million times, because it boosts their ego, boosts their clout. I fucking looked at iShowSpeed's YouTube channel. It's almost like, you blow somebody away. You blow somebody away. And you can't fucking wait to tell the world, look, I just blew him away. Before you could blink an eye, before you could take that leak after WrestleMania, he's got it on YouTube already. I was wrestled at WrestleMania. This is what they do. This is what I do. So Little Yachty's in the corner of Trick Williams tonight, and any non-wrestlers I pay a little bit more close attention to. And I'm watching the moment where Sami Zayn low blows, cheap shots, Trick Williams. And as I'm watching this, by the way, shout out to everybody who's live. Something tells me I made the right decision to go live tonight. But as I'm watching this, okay, the spot, if anybody, and go back and watch it, because I watched it 3 times. Thank you, Netflix, for keeping the rewind button. Sami Zayn goes in one corner. The referee's checking on Trick Williams in the other corner. And Sami Zayn's going to tease that he's going to do a haluva kick. And the spot was that Lil Yachty, Little Tugboat, was supposed to get behind Sami Zayn. And when Sami turns around, he's going to grab his neck and drop and nail Sami Zayn's neck in the top rope. Little whiplash thing. And I watched Sami Zayn. The best way I could describe it is you take a turtle and you turn it upside down on its shell. Sami Zayn is setting up in the corner, and he's doing this to Trick Williams. Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up. watch it again. Sami Zayn does it for like 5 or 6 extra seconds because Little Tugboat is not set up right way. You literally see Sami Zayn go like this. Like, where the fuck are you? Where the fuck are you? And then the schmuck finally gets up. This is why you don't put these people on this television. If I noticed it, a shitload of wrestling fans noticed it. No, we are not nitpicking. No, we're not going to stop watching WWE because of Little Tugboat. We're not going to stop, but you give us another reason why I find a cheaper way to watch your product. You give me another reason why I ain't buying no fucking t-shirts. You give me another reason why that my money just doesn't go to you. It's like OnlyFans. It's like OnlyFans. You get somebody on OnlyFans that you are fond of or you really like and you're into, and if you're single and that's good for you, you run on OnlyFans. I don't care. I'm going to drop the money. That person starts being a little bit of an asshole, starts acting like their shit don't stink, starts like kind of minimizing what they offer. You know, now you pay premium dollar and you just get a little bit of a slip here and there. You're going to turn around and say, you know what? I ain't renewing this month. You know, I'm going to spend it somewhere else. You know, maybe I'm going to do this. This is what's going on with WWE right now. I watched Josh Barnett and Bloodsport this weekend make an announcement that Bloodsport will be on a hiatus for the foreseeable future. And I thought to myself, I'm sure the official word will not be, we need WrestleMania weekend to prosper. But it hit me. Next year, WrestleMania is in Saudi Arabia. It's not about the bottom line. No press releases next year about the attendance. No press releases next year about ticket prices. No press releases next year of WrestleTix telling you how many tickets were distributed, and then they're off by 7,000. You're not going to get this controversy or these TikTok videos. Oh, WWE, they're much lower this year than last year. WWE, TKO, they're dropping the prices, 25% off, 30% off. They do it, WWE does it almost every year. Do a Google search, go back a year. Just do like 3 weeks before Mania. Just type in WWE ticket prices and you'll see articles, you'll see Reddit posts, you'll see ringsidelosers.com. You'll see them all writing. WWE dropped the ticket prices 25%, 30%. WrestleMania 40. You go back WrestleMania 35. This is business. This is business. You turn around, you put tickets on sale, and you get that surge. People need it, want it, got to have it. You get scalpers, you get everybody else. And after a while, you start getting the hardcore that, you know, I just don't have that much money. By the way, props to that fucking female, the chubbier one with the face paint on that sat front row. I looked for night 2 to see how many faces were the same from night 1. And I was like, I want to marry. If I wasn't married right now, I want to marry you. Because I don't know where you got that money to sit front row for 2 nights in a row. Whatever you're doing well. I watched some guy tonight that looked like he was 75 years old. It looked like John Cougar Mellencamp slept with Ultimate Warrior right around the time he feuded with, who was that guy? Who was the guy in TNA, JBL's cabinet? Oh my God. You know, the one that's in TNA took all that lotion and squirted all over to make it look like semen. What the hell is that guy's name? Remember he feuded with Warrior in that indie promotion? Orlando Jordan. Thank you very much. Scorpio gets the props. Orlando Jordan. If you remember Warrior at that time, where his hair was a little bit shorter, but a little bit wild still, that's what this guy looked like tonight. If that Warrior slept with John Cougar Mellencamp and had a child, that's what you have ringside. And I'm like, you spend that kind of money, yeah, you deserve to dress however you want, look however you want. But the thing is, next year they're in Saudi Arabia. So for the next 2 years, we don't have to think about those ticket prices, ticket sales, attendance, all this nonsense that has been flooding the IWC. Now, as far as attendance goes, when we get into a little bit more specifics, I'll give you the official attendance that WWE put out today. And listen, it'll never be exactly to the T because more numbers come in. Computer technology is not to the point that at bell time they know exactly every single person and every single head and every single ticket that was distributed. They don't know. But the Las Vegas Commission later on this year will reveal the actual number. And the actual number will be pretty close. I actually, you know what? I may even have the comparison from last year. I do have it. Last year, for night one, the official attendance for night one was 58,538. That was the official attendance per Las Vegas. Night two was 60,103. Forgive me, we'll get into individual matches. In fact, everybody live, you tell me if you want me to get into night two first or night one. We will talk about Brock next. I definitely have to talk about Brock. But I will bring this back up for a minute. Last year, night one was 58,538. Night two was 60,103. This year, night one was 50,816. Or if we look at Bianca Belair, 50,817. Congrats to her. We will talk about her in a little bit. So attendance is about 7,700 less than last year. Big deal. Night two, though, much different. Night two last year, 60,103. This year, 55,255. I saw somebody ask me, DT, are you sure that what you said, that they will break financial records this year? Think about this for a minute. You had 4,900 less attend night two of WrestleMania. And you don't know if those 5,000 tickets less are from the boondocks or ringside area. I know for a promotional thing, they take somebody from the cheap seats that couldn't afford the front to second row, and they'll bring them down because there's promotion involved with it. But for the most part, if you take the average price, $300 a ticket, let's just say $400 a ticket. Let's be extremely generous, say $500 a ticket. You could even go $1,000 a ticket. You take 5,000 tickets and you multiply that by 1,000, all right? 5,000 times 1 is 5,000. 5,000 times 10 is 50,000. 5,000 times 100 is 500,000. 5,000 times a million is, 5,000 times, I just total brain fart. We said $1,000 a ticket. Okay. 5,000 tickets times $1,000 a piece is, why is my math all, hold. I'm getting myself in trouble here. Math is my best grade. All right, let's stick with $500 a ticket because the numbers are going to be way off, okay? You got $500 a ticket. You have 1,000 tickets, that's $500,000. You multiply that by 5, that's 2.5 million, okay? So you figure out ticket prices and the difference. You don't think that they didn't make up 2.5 or $3 million for those 5,000 seats less from the prices they charged at ringside, the on location, all these ticket packages? Ringside seats going for 4,000, 5,000, where last year was 2,000. They absolutely broke records. Remember my analogy, my friends. You have Tony, which is me, and you have Tony, which is this person. We both have 10,000 of these cards. I sell mine for $14 a card. He sells them for $10 a card. He sold all 10,000. I only sold 8,000. But I made $14,000 more than him. Who would you rather be? The guy that says I sold all 10,000 and made less? Or did I sell only 80% of my cards but made more? So when you look at the overall scope of things, WWE is going to blow away WrestleMania 41's revenue. That's it, plain and simple. But 2 years from now, forget next year, 2 years from now is going to be pretty damn wild to see what the landscape of WWE is. Not only because WrestleMania will return to the United States, unless they go to another country, who's going to retire in the next 2 years? You look at AEW, there aren't many wrestlers that are going to become a free agent in 2028 that could change the landscape of WWE. I know there's a few, the most feared 3 letters in AEW. There's some names that some people have fantasized, but who in AEW is going to change the landscape in WWE in the next 2 years? Probably nobody. Doesn't mean you won't get some people sent over, and doesn't mean that some people released from WWE isn't going to go to AEW. But 2 years from now, you may get a retirement or two. Whether people like it or not, whether you want to accept it or not, there are people that are very, 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 very loyal, very close to Vince McMahon. And with Vince McMahon no longer in power in WWE, they are sayonara. May not happen overnight, but eventually it does. And I believe beyond a shadow of a doubt, Brock Lesnar is first on that list. It has to be. I think that's why John Cena retired. I know John Cena, he walks around sometimes, he looks like the hunchback of Notre Dame. But Brock Lesnar, he could still go. He gets paid insane money. Why would Brock just suddenly stop? Why? He's going to go home. He's going to go hunting. He's going to spend it with his family. He's going to watch his kids. He comes back even for one night only in Saudi Arabia or something else. Why would Brock totally cut that off? Every time he does that, he sets future generations in his family for life. Why would you just stop that? Especially that the guy could still go and go on an elite level. Why would you just cut that off now? And I honestly think it's Vince McMahon. Remember when Vince McMahon resigned? Remember, I went viral with a news story that wasn't even a news story. I just basically put up an analysis and showed everyone how easy it is to, when you think something is true and you post it as if it's news, people will just run with it. Without checking your sources, they'll just run with it. That's why you see the BJ Bethels and others just write this ridiculous stuff. Difference in 2026 from previous years is now you got a lot of people that are fact-checking everyone. The newest thing now is fact-checking. And then you realize there's some very weird people out there that just put shit up because they just want that acknowledgement, that attention. They want to feel relevant. And when your biggest claim to fame is posting a tweet once in a while, you know that their life sucks, if we're being honest. But when Vince McMahon walked out, remember when Brock Lesnar walked out of SmackDown? I went on X and I wrote sausage, and anybody knows the sausage, you know the deal. I'm not going to explain tonight, but I wrote sausage just to prepare everybody who supports me knows why I wrote it. And I wrote, my sources tell me that Brock Lesnar, when he walked out of SmackDown, Vince McMahon immediately texted him and says, if you walk out on WWE, you walk out on everything that I have built. So please, for me, go back. We'll iron this out later on. And then what happened? Brock Lesnar returned to that SmackDown. At the end, he wore the cowboy hat, tipped the camera for Vince McMahon, and he was back. But it was never the same. It was never the same. And now with officially, Vince is not returning. Understand something. I am not happy with TKO owning WWE. As much as we poke fun at Tony Khan or minimize Tony Khan's importance in the wrestling world, even if we find entertaining sometimes how the NFL, Nick Khan and others, always credit the father and never him, I will say this. You will never make me watch any wrestling product because I have to. I will watch a product because I want to. And the thing is that whether you like Tony Khan or you don't like Tony Khan, understand that there are not very many people in wrestling that do it because they just love it. remember CM Punk's interview with Ariel Helwani. Remember that interview with Ariel Helwani when he totally trashed AEW and Tony Khan? What he said? They're not in the business of making money. It's not about making money. It's not about making money. And Ariel Helwani's like, what do you mean by that? CM Punk's like, they're not about making money. Obviously, CM Punk wanted to return to wrestling to be the giant name in lights, to generate insane revenue, not just for himself, but to show, he wanted to be part of history, not just promote a feel-good moments. And my point is you start getting more of these TKOs buying into wrestling, the more and more we lose the core of what wrestling is. And make no mistake about it. You look at Triple H, you look at Liv Morgan, you look at Undertaker, look at Stephanie McMahon, look at CM Punk, look at Sami Zayn, look at Roman Reigns, look at anybody that's there right now. They're not doing anything wrong. But each and every one of them is a businessman and a businesswoman. Each and every one of them is an entertainer, with the exception of management. My point is, wrestling is different. When Vince McMahon sold WWE, wrestling changed forever. Because understand, there are a lot of people, whether you like it or not, whether you want to accept it or not, there's a lot of people who became a professional wrestler and their goal, their fantasy was to main event WrestleMania or appear at WrestleMania. I'll never forget Norman Smiley. When we used to do the Mass Maniac show and we used to converse with him all the time, one of the things he always wanted was, I want to compete in one WrestleMania. Even if it's a battle royal, I just want to compete in one. For a lot of wrestlers, their goal always was to be part of WWE. You want to be part of the biggest game in town. A lot of wrestlers, that's their goal. The minute Vince McMahon sold that company, it's now strictly business more than anything else. It's not that WWE wasn't strictly business before, but you had a wrestling mindset. Now you have TKO, Ari Emanuel, board of directors, Nick Khan. All right. People want to convince themselves that Triple H is a renegade, that Triple H is not from that group of people. That's why you have these weirdos now for 3 years telling you that Triple H is going to be out of a job. With all due respect, some of even my friends out there 2-3 years ago said Triple H will be out of a job before 2026. Now it's 18 months Triple H will be out of a job. Keep saying it and you'll be right. You know why? Because he'll probably pass away from a heart attack. You'll say it 20, 30 years from now. Well, I'll be gone in 30 years from a heart attack. All right? Keep saying it. Eventually it'll come true. Stop trying to convince yourself that some of the people that you like or some of the people you want to find that a scapegoat. You want to find that someone, like the Road Dogg. As much as I love the Road Dogg, I watched him with Busted Open this weekend, and Road Dogg is trying to sort of tell us why he left WWE. And 90 seconds into his word salad, I realized he doesn't want to throw anybody under the bus, and he doesn't want to throw a possible future under the bus, this and that. But what you realize is that when he makes a claim saying, I was being paid a paycheck and I felt my voice was not being heard and this and that and blah, 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 blah. I'm thinking to myself, you left a very well-established big income because you feel your creative input wasn't enough. What are you doing now? You're doing interviews. You're doing autograph signings. All right. If you feel that your input is not enough, speak to management or maybe get moved to a little bit of a different position. Maybe you could be a coach. Maybe you could do something else. Turn around and say, I just got up and left because I feel I wasn't being done right. Now what's your financials? Hey, can cameo video? I'm not dissing him. What I'm saying is that you don't have many road dogs in WWE right now. Stop trying to convince yourself that there's people in WWE that are just really against the TKO regime, that are really against The Rock, that are really against Ari Emanuel. With all due respect, Damian Priest. People think, Damian Priest spoke up and this and that, blah, 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 blah. You honestly think that TKO is going to, Damian Priest is too valuable. Let him say what he wants to say. Nobody is going to, get that douchey and get that, big balls when you know that you could be out of a job in a second, especially when you're already in your 40s. And what are you going to do? Go to fucking Ring of Honor and become Punishment Martinez again? You got LA Knight doing interviews with El Weirdo, number 3, that we talked about a couple of weeks ago. When he has the nerve to tell the interviewer, I had no idea that WWE Unreal cameras all around. And then when you actually see the size of the cameras and the big spotlights that are on your face, I had no idea that the cameras are around. And you got this guy with the big space in his teeth, and he's saying to himself, I know he's full of shit, but I'm just very grateful that he's on my podcast right now. Nothing wrong with LA Knight. Not disrespecting him. He's a businessman. Got to go along with the flow. And that's what's going on right now. CM Punk, the voice of the voiceless. It's no longer the voice of the voiceless. You don't ever hear him say the voice of the voiceless anymore. He understands that wrestling is completely different of what it was from yesteryear. And the only other options is the indies, which honestly, CM Punk is way too big for that at this point in his life and his career. You got Japan, you have AEW. That's it. He went to AEW first. And we know what transpired after that. So this is it. This is it. The man knows he doesn't have many years left in the ring. So you adapt and you understand that it's kind of like Vern Gagne in the mid-'80s, in the late 80s. Why did Vern Gagne and AWA ultimately tank? And what did you hear interview after interview? Now, I know a lot of you out there, this is a way too old reference, and we'll get into the card now. We'll talk about Brock. But you look at Vern Gagne in the mid to late 80s, especially late 80s, and you go look at interviews over the years from anybody in wrestling at the time, and they'll say, the reason why Vern Gagne and AWA ultimately failed was because Vern Gagne refused to adapt with the times. That's it. Meltzer, I'm sure, has said it. Everybody has said it. Vern Gagne failed because ultimately he did not adapt with the times. You have to sometimes acknowledge that if you do not adapt with the times and see it right in your face that you need to go this, and this. No, I'm going to stick to my guns. Well, you'll do it in front of 100 people. Or guess what? You're one step away or one health scare away from having nothing. And that's pretty much the deal. So all of these wrestlers out there right now, they go along with the program. They have to go along with the program. There's no other options. But I am not thrilled about TKO. But we also need to realize that it is a publicly traded company. When you look at the pandemic and WWE let go, 100 wrestlers, 70 wrestlers, whatever it was. I remember the geniuses that were just looking for emotional likes on X or Twitter at the time saying, how could you release all these people? You're making record profits. And I'm sitting back and I'm like, oh my God, they don't understand. The reason why WWE has record profits is because investors that invested in the company, they want to see the most money made with the least effort possible. And during the pandemic, WWE realized we don't need 150 wrestlers. We don't need that surge of talent we signed when we first inked the Saudi Arabia deal. So they released a whole lot of people, and the investors are like, wow, they're still running a solid program with half the roster. All that money being saved, that's what I want. And that's where the record profit's going up. So when you see TKO, as much as I do not like Ari Emanuel or any of these other people right now, you kind of wish that Ari Emanuel, no, I can't say that. Let's just say some people wish that he would make the list, and I don't mean the list of Jericho. People want to wish that these people get sidetracked with controversy. Nothing criminal, but just enough that you just, leave wrestling entirely. You're going to find out there's record profits. You're going to see insane, sickening, huge numbers made. How do you fight that? Do we just podcast and scream? Do we just tweet nasty things? Last night, I watched a video on WWE's X where they're showing Cody with the swollen eye closed. Use your open eye, Frank. He's got his eye swollen closed, and they have the ice pack on his eye. Woman's got black rubber gloves. And I wrote an X post. I wrote, rubber gloves and the white towels brought to you by Dolce & Gabbana. Buy it now on Amazon, a 5-pack for $250. Frozen water brought to you by Voss, the most expensive bottled water in the United States. I made fun of Cody Rhodes' picture. I looked at everything in the picture. I'm like, sponsor, sponsor, sponsor. Somebody sent this to me yesterday, and I didn't cap a lot of pictures because I realized that I could post 1,000 pictures from WrestleMania tonight and it ain't going to generate one extra viewer. So I might as well just sit back and enjoy it. But somebody sent me this. Somebody sent me that. I'm not the originator of that photo, but I was like, yeah, I kind of see. You know, this pregnancy is brought to you by Capital One. If you get pregnant and you can't afford diapers, well, you can charge it with the Capital One Visa card. You know, everything is business now. It's revenue. So as much as we could complain, as much as you want to convince yourself this, you have these geniuses. And some of them are my friends. And they're talking about SummerSlam ticket prices in Minnesota. $25,000 this year. Last year was $40,000. I'm like, you dumb. Ugh. Are you kidding me? You're comparing New York and New Jersey prices to Minnesota? Look at the Knicks and the Pacers. Pacer tickets are $80. The Knicks tickets are $600. Look at the World Cup. They're charging $200 just to get there by train in New York. Can't compare one state's economy to another. And you see this online and you get consumed into it, and then you realize right now Ari Emanuel is just counting the crazy money. Nick Khan is counting the crazy money. And we could bitch, complain, moan. It ain't going to change nothing until people stop spending that kind of money. As far as ESPN is hurting right now a little bit with the WWE deal. No question about it. Netflix just had a nice drop in their stock value, you know, because as somebody put it in the business world, Netflix was always, they weren't always a company that just trying to obtain. Because what happens when you obtain? You have to raise the prices. And people are like, nah, I don't want that. ESPN, the reason why I canceled them, not because I don't like TKO, not because I have something against Ari Emanuel. Nick Khan didn't hit on my wife. The reason why I unsubscribed with ESPN was because I don't want to watch ESPN. I'm not into their channel. I don't want to watch the classic stuff. I signed up and I was like, no, I just want WWE. You want to offer me just WWE's sing-along? Sing-along. Like a standalone? $15 a month? $10 a month? No problem. All right, I'll do it. But you're forcing me to pay all this extra money because I got to take this, and that. I don't want that. So that's why I unsubscribed. So the only way things are going to change is when people start getting fed up. All I can tell you is that I watched people in that crowd yesterday, and all I kept saying to myself is, I could only imagine, and I mean this sincerely, I could only imagine some of these people who threw on a credit card or the Affirm, the buy it now, get it now, pay for it later. I guarantee you there are people out there that just threw all of this thousands, if not tens of thousands of dollars to go see WrestleMania. Plane fare, hotel fare, the tickets themselves, having this, you'll have a larger-than-life experience. You'll be able to tell your grandkids you sat ringside for WrestleMania 42. And they're going to be paying this off for 10 or 20 years. There are so many people that paid insane money like that. Not everybody's a George Kittle. Not everybody is a Tyrese Halliburton. Not everybody out there. In fact, it's funny, I didn't see any wrestling legends who decided, let me pay that money and sit front row. Outside of Trick's family and Roman Reigns' family, how many wrestlers actually paid to have their family sit ringside area. You know, this is what it is now. And until people stop paying for this, it's going to continue. But next year's WrestleMania, we don't have to worry about it because it's going to be in Saudi Arabia. So, all right, let's talk a little bit about Brock Lesnar. I do want to say one quick thing before we go any further. I did post this right at the beginning of the show. I watched him in the 90s, mostly when he was in WCW. Van Hammer died at 66 years old. I remember we covered him about 5 years ago when he got arrested. He was, I think, DUI and hit a kid. I, never really covered him afterwards. I know he was very remorseful about it. We don't know the cause of death, but 66 is still pretty young. So I wanted to mention him because he may not have been a main eventer back in the WCW days, and I don't know how much of his life derailed afterwards. But you look back and it's like, all right, he looked perfect for the role as like a heavy metal guy and everything. So I just wanted to mention him. So, because we always try to spend a moment just to pay tribute to the fallen. By the way, I love CM Punk's jacket tonight, paying tribute to those WWE employees backstage that passed away in the last year, and the tribute to Harley Race. That was very cool. We will acknowledge them in a little bit. But very quickly, Brock Lesnar, okay? I appreciate the person that wrote this earlier because where is it? Where are you? Here you are. Somebody wrote this earlier. This was Ronnie. He says, DT, you were right when I said last week Brock would pass the torch to Oba Femi. Am I surprised that Gunther was not his last opponent or that he's retiring at SummerSlam in Minnesota? Am I surprised? First of all, I'm not surprised about Minnesota. I understand Brock was from Minnesota. I remember on my history show covering the local Minnesota newspapers when Brock signed with the WWF, I think in 2001. I think it was 2001 or 2000. I think it was 2001 that he signed. I still have the newspaper clipping. I could double check it. But the thing is I don't know how much of a connection Brock Lesnar still has with Minnesota these days. We know he tried to play with the Vikings, no question. But I don't think it was this, I want to retire in my hometown or home state or anything like that. I think once Vince was out of there, it was just counting the days. And I think we're at the point now, Vince isn't coming back. Vince got a chant at the Hall of Fame. People are losing their shit online. Like, how dare these people, cheer Brock Lesnar? How dare they cheer, thank you, Vince? How dare? Because, listen, for everyone out there that truly believes in their heart that Vince McMahon committed crimes against Janelle Grant, there are also people out there that think that Vince McMahon did not commit crimes, but was a chauvinistic pig. And there are some people out there also that think that she was a freak. She found her sugar daddy, and it turned into an obsessive, dangerous relationship where both sides were wrong. All right. My point is, we don't know the truth. We could try to convince ourselves what the truth is, and we could kind of hope the truth could go a certain way. But just as much as you feel this way about Vince, pro, or this much about him against, everyone should be viewed the same way. And there are people out there that still feel Vince was a dirty old man. Vince was a dirty old man, but did he commit crimes? It's a very delicate situation, and it's a very delicate situation with Brock Lesnar. But I am also convinced once Vince is done and he is not coming back, it ain't happening, no matter how much the ticket prices go up. He's not going to put a Superman cape and fucking suddenly come back. And come back to do what? Come back to do what? I remember, didn't Jeff Jarrett do a podcast and said, oh, he's working in California and he's setting up this other wrestling promotion? And I'm saying to myself, who's going to be on this card? Who's going to be on this card? If they're not in AEW and they're not in WWE, what are you going to get? Seriously. I mean, I'm not going to, Baron Corbin? Like, you start figuring out, like, okay, even if Vince got back into wrestling, it would be on indie wrestling levels. There's nobody out there just waiting for someone to swoop in. Tony Khan is not giving up his business. TKO is not giving up its business. That's it. It's Vince is done, whether people want to believe it or not. And once Brock saw there's no path for a Vince return, and I don't even think Vince wants to go into the WWE Hall of Fame. I think they'll have to put him in after he's dead. But as time goes by, the name creeps in a little more, but that's the extent of it. And Brock has no emotional connection to the TKO whatsoever. None. I honestly think Brock may have a better chance of maybe having a UFC fight, an MMA, or I should say more of an MMA fight, than wrestling right now. I think Brock could be, drawn in to a fight. I don't think that's out of the question. I don't know, the laws and what he's banned. I don't know if there's even any ban. But I guarantee you, Saudi Arabia, we will have Brock fight in our country. He best damn believe that he would consider it. But today we saw Brock and Oba Femi fight. 4.5 minutes. I don't know how people felt about it. I thought it was a little too short, only because I thought Brock would have taken a little bit more of a beating. Brock to be pinned that quickly after a powerbomb was a little surprising for me. I will tell you, Brock made Oba look like $1 million. And I saw people after, my sources told me is that Brock handpicked Oba Femi. Yeah, you found that out 5 minutes after the match was over. Sure. We all thought that he handpicked Oba Femi. This idea that Gunther was going to retire him, it feels like WWE's not going that route anymore. It doesn't seem like Gunther is there now to retire people. All right. Randy Orton had the legend killer for a while, but after he spit in Harley Race's face, after he spit in Mick Foley's face, after he got mixed it up with a few legends, Hogan and others, it's like, Randy, there's no other legends we can have you fuck with. And then, it obviously shifted a different direction. I think Gunther is at the level now where, look, we all know Cena probably retired because not just health, but because Vince is no longer in the company. I think AJ Styles retired because he wanted to retire still in good health. Never say never with AJ Styles. I think AJ Styles one day will wrestle again. And I don't think WWE would be angry with it. But with Brock Lesnar, I don't think there was any reason for him to lose to Gunther. Even if you waited till SummerSlam. Like, who else is Gunther going to retire? Before and after? Seriously. Gunther doesn't have a whole list of people that WWE is going to have retire in 2026. I know people said Jericho, but even that would have been ridiculous. Just imagine Jericho coming back and everybody's like, welcome home. And then the next thing you know, it's the setup so Gunther could just pull him out of his misery. If I'm Jericho, I would be like, the fuck out of here. That's so ridiculous. That gives you Goldberg vibes. Doesn't that feel like what happened with Goldberg? Goldberg, retirement match. I want to retire in WWE. There are other promotions that want the Goldberg to retire there. No, I'm not retiring there. I want to do it in front of the biggest stage of them all. And WWE's like, we'll do your retirement match. And then Goldberg is pissed. Vince promised me a retirement match. They didn't do it. And WWE's like, all right, we'll give you the retirement match. We'll give you Gunther. We'll have you having a tremendous match, put a lot of offense in there. We'll do it in your home state in Atlanta. We're not going to do it at WrestleMania. Not going to do it at SummerSlam. We'll do it at Saturday night's main event. With all due respect, John Cena also retired at Saturday night's main event. So my point is, as soon as Goldberg got his retirement match, it's like, bye-bye. Bye-bye. Yeah, We don't want nothing to do with you no more. And honestly, Goldberg's the same way. Goldberg was never in a WWE camp. It was always business. You see the disrespect he gave to Asuka and others. You know, this is someone that doesn't give a shit about WWE. And WWE doesn't give a shit about him either. But with Brock Lesnar, once that Vince connection was gone, so was his heart in the WWE. This was strictly a job now. It was a lot different. And I think the tears that that Brock had in the ring today were real. Paul Heyman choked up like that was real. Him taking his boots off, sure. Absolutely. We could in 2026 on a WWE pay-per-view sponsored by ESPN, where 6 months from now, 8 months from now, 10 months from now, Brock Lesnar reappears. F5 someone. F5 someone with just wearing socks. And then all of a sudden, Paul Heyman's got a plastic bag or a shopping bag, and Paul Heyman opens the shopping bag and it's the shoes. And Brock Lesnar sits down and puts them back on, and I guarantee you, if something like that were to happen, the fans would chant, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. You know why I have no problem if Brock Lesnar changes his mind down the line? Because this was not advertised. You did not have, there was no one there with a sign that says, I paid to see Brock Lesnar's final match. It was unadvertised. It was unannounced. And that's what I liked about this the most, because now you can have him return. If he changes his mind in the future, if the stars align and he says, all right, you know what? I want to do something with this guy. He could always show up again, attack someone, put the shoes back on. Who's going to complain? Other than Janelle Grant and a few people out there that can't stand Brock Lesnar. Like, really, who's going to complain? You saw it tonight. The fans opened up to him. You know, just because you saw his final match, or just because he's not going to have any more matches. If that man was a criminal deviant, you know, that was involved in criminal activity, you don't thank the person. You're like, thank you for all the years of entertainment. By the way, rotten gel. By the way, I don't know how your wife sleeps at night with you. Like, no, it's, if you despise someone, you're like, good, get lost. Good riddance. Thank God, no more on my TV. That's how you look at it. There's no room for thank you. You don't thank an awful person. I don't care who you are. So I think Brock Lesnar with the stuff with Gunther, I don't think they can always go back to the retirement side of things, but I don't think, you know what I personally think? Yes, Bron Breakker was a last-minute decision. Yes, they could have originally gone with Bron Breakker versus Seth Rollins, but they ended up doing Gunther. Now, I'm still disappointed that no one in the wrestling news world brought up a year ago. We're the only people that brought it up. Gunther told Ariel Wani a year ago he wants to fight Seth Rollins on a bigger stage. Okay, these two guys wanted to fight each other on night one. And I thought they had a banger of a match. I don't think Bron Breakker took away from it. I think the match did exactly what it needed to do. But it doesn't feel like WWE wants to go the legend, killer route with Gunther anymore. Because they could have easily still did that with Rey Mysterio. You could have had Rey's back. You could have simply kept, who's going to be the next person I retire? But the minute you shift into Seth Rollins territory and it's more of a favor than anything else, now it's just Gunther back to, no one could lace my boots. That's what this was all about. This was about Seth Rollins cannot lace my boots, and that's why I want to fight him at WrestleMania, to show that he is not on my level. And he won. Even though Bron Breakker was, the catalyst for it. But the thing is, it just feels like WWE decided, yeah, we could always bring back Gunther in the future if someone else is going to retire. Yeah, we could revisit it. But I think now it's focused in a different area. That's why I don't think Brock versus Gunther was really high on Brock's list. I don't even know if it was high on Gunther's list. Obviously a total different style. And that'd be pretty interesting to see Gunther get taken to Suplex City. But, you know, the thing is, Gunther not fighting Brock is disappointing. That's going to be one of those matches. You look back years, people like, oh, I wish Bret Hart and Kurt Angle went at it. There's always two people like, oh, man, too bad. We're going to have that with Gunther and Brock Lesnar. Who knows? Maybe that does happen in the future. Maybe somehow there's some interaction with Paul Heyman and Gunther. And who knows? Maybe the stars align in the future. And then Brock decides, you know what, I will come back. And then puts the shoes back on. And again, no one would feel ripped off. I'm convinced that, you know, this is why John Cena absolutely is not getting physical with anybody right now. Because some people fucking put some big debt on their hands paying to see John Cena's final match. And to think that you had people saying, I think John Cena will come out of retirement. I think John Cena will do this. I think John Cena will do that. It's a must. TKO needs it. What do you mean TKO needs to do it? They're going to make record profits. Yeah, but they're 5,000 tickets less. Guess what? Not every Yankee game sells out. Guess what? Not every movie. You can't have it. In the real world, you can't have it that the WWE attendance just goes up and up and up and up and up and up and up every year. We had CM Punk and Roman Reigns last year. It's just that Seth Rollins and Paul Heyman were part of the story as well. You see that after a year and you're kind of like, I remember last year. I'm not into it like I used to. You see Randy Orton and Cody Rhodes. The minute Pat McAfee got involved, it's like no, thank you. No, thank you. You see some other decisions they made, like, nah, that's okay. That's the reason why it's down. You're asking people to pay. It's not just even getting in the building. This isn't about Las Vegas locals. If this was about Las Vegas locals, they could have done a hell of a lot more promoting in Las Vegas. And I'm not talking about ESPN simulcast, from Las Vegas. I'm talking about local radio. I'm talking about local stores, restaurants, other things. They could have done a lot. Did you see much of that at all? If anything, the only thing you heard was, we're going to block WrestleMania being seen in a lot of areas locally because we want to get those people to actually buy tickets. If anything, it felt like WWE was trying to figure out ways to force people in Vegas. Like, if you really want to see it away from your home that bad, well, you come to the arena. They did not do much at all to try to sway locals to go. This was never about locals to go. This is about getting people from different areas to travel. And you could turn around and say the tickets are $200 less. The average ticket is down 25%. The fees, no fees. Motherfucker, I still got to buy plane fare. Asshole, I got to still buy hotel. I like to eat. You start thinking about it. It's not about just the ticket. You start adding hotel and food and other stuff and Ubers, you're talking thousands of dollars, even if you sit in the nosebleeds. So when you're asking people to pay that kind of money and you give them this, that's a hard sell for a lot of people. And as long as they're making record profits, that's the bottom. It's the bottom line, stupid. That's a phrase they say in the business world. It's the bottom line. You could turn around and say, they did 5,000 seats less than last year. You wait till the press release that comes out either tomorrow or Tuesday this week when they tout those financials. They're going to turn around and say, take those 5,000 seats less and shove it up your ass as far as you can find it. Because you can't you can't just have this mindset, every year it's got to go up and up and up and up and up and up and up. No. Again, do I want to sell 10,000 tickets at $10 a piece, or do I want to sell 8,000 tickets at $14 a piece? That's what it comes down to. So, all right. Before we get into some more specifics, let's get into a couple other shout outs here. Police Squad Thank you for the $9.99. I think WWE needs to turn WrestleMania back into one night. If it would have been one night this year instead of two, what matches would I have removed? Well, first of all, and you know what? After I answer this question, I wanted to say a few things about Paige. And maybe a couple other random comments too before we get into match results. First of all, WrestleMania was only 6 matches for night 2, 7 matches for night 1. If you had one night WrestleMania, you could easily have 11 matches. 11 would sound like a lot, but when you factor in the fact that we only had 85 minutes of wrestling for almost a 4-hour show. Yesterday was 4 hours plus. Today it was 3 hours, 40 minutes. So you can get 10 matches in, even for a 4-hour night. It'll never be 2 nights. I'm not convinced, though, that Saudi will be 2 nights next year. I'm not convinced of that. I think there is a chance that Saudi Arabia could be one night. I don't think so because of just the spectacle and how many people would turn out. I know they already announced dates before anybody says anything, but I'm just saying that when you look at logistics, the bottom line is WWE is not going back to one night for the simple reason that they're making too much money. You know, you're talking 50,000 people to come. They ended up with 50,000 people on night 1. Even if they end up with 40,000 people in 2 years, they're still making big money. They're not losing money. They're making tens of millions of dollars. So as long as you're making a huge profit like that and your investors like it, why would you change it? We as wrestling fans kind of feel that 7.5 hours, giving us 3 hours of wrestling, less than that, is a little bit much. But as far as what I would take off from the card, it's not as easy as you think. I personally think you do 1 or 2 dark matches. I because of Paige's return, I wouldn't have put the women's tag titles off the show or a dark match. I think the Usos and LA Knight versus the Vision and IShow Speed could have easily been a dark match, or I would have taken that off entirely. You still could have done a segment with IShow Speed if you really, really had to. Outside of that, the United States Championship, I mean, it was a cool moment for Trick Williams, but, you know, Sami Zayn, it's not his fault because he's not the one making the creative decisions, but, you know, we called it what it was. It was, Mello, thank you for keeping that U.S. title warm. Thank you for doing a good run with it, but we're not going to use you on WrestleMania. Yeah, but have an amazing history with Trick Williams. I don't care what the fuck you think. Yeah, but people want to see me. Put me in a 3-way. No, thank you. But no, we're going to give it to Sami Zayn now. And a lot of fans felt that. Whether it was true or not, it doesn't matter. They still took it out on Sami Zayn. And Michael Cole tonight saying like, you know, the fans acknowledged Carmelo Hayes and then Sami won the championship. And because of that, the fans are against. No, fans are not against Sami Zayn. The fans understand the creative shit that you did. Just like the shit that they did when fucking Sami had the feud with Cross and how they handled it afterwards. You know, the fans are taking it out on Sami Zayn because they can't take it out on anybody backstage. You know, like outside of Triple H, who's going to enter the ring that's from creative or an executive position? You can't take it. The only person you could take it out on is the fans, is the wrestlers. That's why in the past with CM Punk, when the fans were very, very bitter that CM Punk was forced to quit because of the circumstances, what did they do? When certain people would hit the ring, Stephanie McMahon is the first one that comes to mind. Years later, CM Punk. Just to remind that person, like, yeah, I remember what you did. They take it out on the certain people. They're taking it out on Sami Zayn. So that match, I would have possibly left off the card if forced. Other than that, I don't think there's much you could have left off. You got to also understand that you would had to have avoided building some of these matches. You would have had to have avoided that. And the thing is, who would you not have built over the last couple of weeks? You know, I enjoyed Finn Balor versus Dominik Mysterio today. I thought it was much better than people anticipated. I love that they did the street fight. Because you heard me on the prediction show. I said that I wish it was more than just a straight up wrestling match. Because these are two former Judgment Day members that want to beat the shit out of each other. There's got to be a little bit more leeway. Thank God we got the street fight. You heard the predictions show that Joey, shout out to Joey 924. We had the discussion about Brock Lesnar passing the torch to Oba Femi. That's all you hear tonight. Brock Lesnar passed the torch to Oba Femi. We were talking about it on Tuesday of last week. And it's cool to see that. But some matches I probably would have handled a little bit differently. I might have probably not have pushed the IC title ladder match over the last couple of weeks if I knew WrestleMania was only one night. But this is why WrestleMania will never be one night again. They're making too much money, and when you start trying to pull matches off, it's not as easy as you think. I mean, people are still having their balls in a bunch that Julia didn't get a match. You know, there's a few people. People are angry that Io Sky didn't end up getting her match. You know, she obviously got involved with Rhea, and it's going to be interesting to see. I have a feeling the draft is coming, and I have a feeling in short order, Io and Rhea will be reunited again on the same roster. So that's the best way I can answer that. It's not just changing it to one night. Obviously, booking would be a lot different, and you have too many people on the roster, and you have two brands. It's very, very difficult to narrow it down to one event. So, thank you for that. Jim Khan says he doesn't know if Cody brought in Pat or if it's dark side of the ring. Cody letting Pat McAfee get into his head and say Jelly Roll, as absurd as it sounds. Listen, you know what's funny, Jim? If you look at my thumbnails from the shows in recent weeks, I did this thumbnail last week, and you know, we were trying, the whole objective of the last Monday's Raw was a discussion on how to turn the Pat McAfee chicken shit into chicken salad. And that was the thumbnail that I made last Monday. And that was Pat McAfee aligning with Cody Rhodes and Jelly Roll taking out Randy Orton. And now that seems to be some of the discussion that maybe, you know, Pat and Cody will align and this and that. And this could very well possibly happen. By far the least well-received thumbnail that I have done in recent memory. I have more complaints about that thumbnail than you would imagine. But the thing is, if you think Pat McAfee is out of the equation now, think again. Think again. Remember the storyline, how he was brought in. TKO Management brought him in. If Pat McAfee could say whatever he wants in the ring, if I don't help Randy, if he doesn't save, I will never be around again. That doesn't make it official. What happens when he shows up next week or the week after? Yeah, but you said this. Well, guess what? I lied, Dick. You know, Pat McAfee, ain't nothing changing. The RKO, when we get to that match, I'm trying to make sense of it. But listen, I'll say this now without jumping too far ahead. I saw people the last 24 hours saying, we got a teaser of Cody Rhodes being heel. When Cody did what he did with Randy, we saw a little teaser. I'm like, oh my fucking God, you said the same thing last year with John Cena. There's some people with podcast numbers much bigger than mine that wrote on X last year, this is the turning point. Cody Rhodes is turning heel. There, I said it. Remember this tweet. And this was before, I think, the match he had when Cena lost the title to Cody Rhodes back. When Cody was in the ring with Cena and Cody showed a little bit of a heel. That's the moment. That's the turning point. He's turning heel. There, I said it. Remember this tweet. You know nothing. They're saying the exact same thing again this year. Stop. Cody Rhodes, we're being honest, I praise him and I criticize him. I'm not jealous of him, but the guy, everything is so manicured perfectly. He's dashing. You look at every little thing about him. You look at him up close. Just everything about him. You almost feel like he's a little bit obsessive compulsive when everything is perfect. My cuticle looks a little bit off, 78% angle over here. We need to get surgery and make it all even. The guy is so meticulous, but he is still the most over person in the company. You look at these interviews he does. For the last 10 days, we watched Michael Cole today say, yesterday, if people have noticed, like every time Cody Rhodes' interview, the only thing that everybody's talking about is Pat McAfee. Yeah, of course. But listen to Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes is giving word salads. We talked about that hidden podcast, secret podcast. Remember Mutt and Jeff's secret podcast from last week? We played that clip. You listen to Cody Rhodes for 90 seconds. He's bringing up Hardcore Holly and others. After 90 seconds, you realize he said nothing. And the two hosts, one's wearing a Phillies jersey, having a drink. And they're literally, if you look down, they're wet in the crotch area because they're aroused that, oh my God, we got Cody on our show. All of these motherfuckers are interviewing Cody, and they're all like, yeah, oh, yeah, that's right. Like, Cody, what's up with Pat McAfee? Well, it's kind of like he's bringing up the Attitude Era and this is not 2012 anymore. It's really 2016 if you look at the Divas. It was all this and that, and he's bringing the Hardcore Holly. Yeah, you're right. I'm like, he said nothing. Like, he does, like, what's your reaction to Pat McAfee being I'm not going to go there, and there's no denying the success he has, and but he's not this and what? Then if you're Mutt and Jeff's secret podcast, turn around and say, well, how come you didn't feel this way about Travis Scott last year? You would have had, honestly, this would have been Cody Rhodes with his weekly vodka. It would look like George Kittle. Bring up Travis Scott. Whenever you ask him a Pat McAfee question, watch his head explode like Scanners, the movie. Oh, I have sparkling water in here. So look, could they align? Sure. But Cody is still the most over, most popular guy. Yes, mixed reaction, mixed views, because they see right through this. And, can I say one other thing? One other reason why WWE is starting to hurt is something I said 6 months ago. And boy, was I reminded of it yesterday. Unreal. WWE unreal. This past week, and by the way, the history show will go up tomorrow. It's 2 days late because of Mania. For those that don't know, this past week was the 1-year anniversary of the announcement of WWE Unreal. And I think that WWE Unreal has been one of the biggest roadblocks that WWE is facing right now. Because you have to try to convince us that CM Punk and Roman Reigns truly hate each other like this. You have to convince us that Becky Lynch and AJ Lee are so angry in Becky's relationship with the referee, Jessica Carr, and all this stuff. You got to convince us that Pat McAfee's truly being brought in this way and Cody Rhodes is against it and Damian Priest wants to give him an exorcism and all this other stuff. You have to convince us, suspension of disbelief, that these people hate each other. You got to give us suspension of disbelief that wrestler A wants to strangle wrestler B. That's what made Stephanie Vaquer and Liv Morgan so fucking great. And I was so angry it only lasted 7 minutes, but I think I have an idea as to why. What is my point about all of this? WWE, it's not a big deal. I know what wrestling is. I know what it is, and so do all of you. What we don't want is we don't want to be reminded what it is. You go to see a magician. Choose, Chris Angel, Gallagher, whoever you want. You go to see them do a magic act. You're sitting there and you're like, holy shit. You're blown away. Do you want 5 minutes later to see, hey guys, this is how we did it? Guess what? I'm probably not coming back again, because unless I bring someone who's naive and be like, oh, he's going to do this. Oh, and guess what? He's going to do this. No, he's not. Of course he's going to do this. Watch. Oh, look. And you'd be like, wow, you're a dick. Why did I go out with you? You don't want the person to tell you right after it happens that this is all an act. WWE on their social media account yesterday. Go look it up. It's on X. They posted a cute video. AJ Lee dropped the Women's Intercontinental Championship against Becky Lynch on Monday, WrestleMania Saturday, night one. And after the match was over, AJ Lee is met in the back by CM Punk, who gives her a hug and a kiss. She's got a bouquet of flowers, and she's emotionally choked up. Beautiful moment. I'm not criticizing it whatsoever. Watch closely. In the background, right behind AJ Lee, is Becky Lynch. And Becky Lynch is hugging Jessica Carr. This is WWE's social media. We're not supposed to look at the corner. But this is WWE's social media account telling us this. Now, why would I dump thousands of dollars to watch a whole bunch of people have their feuds culminate at WrestleMania, where you're literally showing me 5 minutes later people that are supposed to hate each other right next to each other? When Drew McIntyre is feuding with CM Punk, and then some schmuck takes a picture of them standing next to each other before Raw, how do you think it makes Drew McIntyre feel like, I got to fucking try to explain this now? All the momentum of their feud and just everything they did was beautiful. Favorite feud of the year for yours truly. Loved it. And that photo came out. I know what it is. But I don't need to be reminded what it is. And I don't need for you to show me what it is. And that's what WWE does. This unreal stuff, that's why as soon as Tama Tonga, let me show from like 800 feet away, like guys working out in the ring, and this is what makes it all worth it. WWE's like, what are you, stupid? Fining you $10,000. Yeah, but this is nothing compared to what you do at WWE. You ain't WWE Unreal. $10,000 fine. Because this is what it's become. Everything is being booked for Netflix, ESPN, and Saudi Arabia. Everything. And obviously social media clout. Obviously. But when I watched that clip and I'm like, I don't need 5 minutes after Becky Lynch dethrones AJ Lee. I don't need to see a video where Becky Lynch is hugging Jessica Carr. I don't need a video where AJ Lee is literally standing 2 feet next to Becky Lynch. Why would you do that? Why would you do it? Why would you make it harder to convince me? When the lines are blurred, that's why some feuds work and some feuds don't. When you truly think that there is some legit animosity, when you feel that there is a little bit of heat, that they don't agree with the same things, that they don't, have the same values, that, they know, what's best for business, and they're all working, for the betterment of the company. They're team players. Doesn't mean I like the person that I work with. That's what Drew McIntyre's excuse was. He's like, I don't like CM Punk at all. I hate him. But I have to work with him. This is my job. And he did the best he could to explain it. And I thought he did a great job. But when you see a fucking video like you see yesterday, albeit for 30 seconds, it's like, why would you even do that? Why would you even do that? So this is why when you do see tickets sales go down, or you see people not interested in feuds as much as they were, it's little things like that that people will remember. You think we're going to forget this a year from now, 2 years from now? You know, we still remember when fucking Hacksaw Jim Duggan and Iron Sheik getting pulled over on the highway was a totally different thing. But we still remember when fucking Braun Strowman and Roman Reigns went to Italy and they're standing in front of a fucking, historical landmark. And they're posing with like 6 other guys. I don't care who posted online. But years later, we said, remember when Braun Strowman used to feud with Roman Reigns? Sure, I do. I remember that picture in Italy. They're hanging out together. It's like, we don't want to see that. All right. You know what? Let's talk about Paige for a second. Let's talk about Paige. Paige made a return yesterday. Nikki Bella. Yeah, they kept it a secret. Yeah, she had surgery a couple of weeks ago. She broke her ankle, had to get surgery, sprained it. Makes total sense why the surgery only occurred 2 weeks ago. When you have a severe injury like that, you have to wait for the swelling to go down. And the swelling could take weeks to go down. It's usually not more than 2. But it's still, everything that Nikki Bella said in the last 24 hours, I do believe her. Even though I've never been a fan of Nikki Bella, I do believe everything she said was 100% honest. She's done for the foreseeable future. I mean, I can't see her returning, if she's going to return to in-ring, 3 to 6 months, I think. But, they wanted Brie Bella to still have that WrestleMania moment. Brie Bella has never been a polished star, if we're being honest. We still remember, not too long ago, the controversy with Brie Bella, I think Liv Morgan, if you remember. We didn't forget about that. But one thing about Brie Bella, she's always been very well liked by the WWE Universe. A lot of people always seem to choose Brie over Nikki, just personality-wise. Doesn't mean that Nikki's a bad person. I'm not going to diss her. But the thing is that I don't think anybody thought Brie Bella would be back in the WWE ring, especially with Bryan Danielson still in AEW. So they didn't want to take away that spot. And now when you look at that, the reports is that the Bellas, we're going to win the titles. When I was looking at the Vegas odds, we covered the Vegas odds last week. The Bellas were favored to win. And I thought that was kind of crazy because I just felt how often are they going to wrestle? That was the thing. But we did not understand the severity of Nikki's injury. So the story that is being told, and I believe this 100%, is that when Nikki realized that this was a surgical direction and there was no way she could work WrestleMania, the idea of bringing Paige back was discussed. Paige has been wanting to come back in WWE. She obviously cannot work a rigorous schedule that WWE has. I don't know if it'd even be on the level of AJ Lee. But the thing is, as a tag team, you don't have to put in 100% of the work. And that's why even with predictions last week, I said if Nikki Bella could go even a little bit, it's a fatal 4-way. She doesn't have to run. She doesn't have to do all that much. You tape it up really, really well. And she could get through a 7-minute match, a 9-minute. This match was only 9 minutes long. And there was a lot of gaga as well. So the fact that she needed surgery is why there was absolutely no chance of Nikki Bella being in there. But because of the history with Paige, and they are very, very tight, the idea of Paige coming in and teaming with Brie Bella became a realistic possibility. And they negotiated with Paige, and she agreed to a return, and we had her return yesterday. Fans loved it. I thought she did fine. I didn't see a lot of that psychological, issue that she was having when she first returned to AEW. But here's the thing. You know, when you watch her do interviews after and say, I've always been a WWE girl, you know, that's saying the right things because she's back. Remember, she didn't have to leave WWE originally. It was more of kind of like what they were doing with Steph DeLander and TNA. You know, Steph DeLander's like, I can return. And Carlos Silva's like, no, you can't. Well, let me go to doctors. Let me get, no, we don't want to take that chance. Steph DeLander's like, fuck you. Let me go work somewhere else. And she had a match return and she was fine. She had a match, no issues whatsoever. Paige was pretty much forced out because she wanted more of a return and WWE was against it. I honestly think if AEW would have been a thing a few years earlier, I think Bryan Danielson would have been out of there. I don't even think he would have been able to have a return match. I think he would have been AEW much, much sooner. But Paige, she looked good. She definitely dropped a little bit of weight since she left AEW. But you know, let's listen. Jericho dropped weight before he made his AEW return. You know, sometimes, you know, you get into that mindset like, this is my opportunity. This might be my last opportunity. So you get a little bit, you know, amped up and psyched, and you just get that incentive to work hard and just do a little bit extra. And I think that's why Jericho has gotten into the shape that he is in. And same thing with Paige. You know, obviously WWE has changed. A little bit more nostalgia. As Joey 924 and I said last week on a prediction show, that WWE has this mindset now of bringing back some women from 10 years ago, because the little girls that were aspiring, future WWE diva, you know, even the 10-year-olds, you know, the 8-year-olds that, you know, saw the divas from back 10 years ago, the 10-year-olds, the 12-year-old girls, they're now only in their early 20s. So if they were idolizing these women 10 plus years ago, you see them make a return. They're still young enough that, oh my God, you know, that's amazing. So this isn't like somebody coming back from the 90s getting a last run. These are women that are young enough that those who really idolized them and looked up to them are still very, very young. And either they're still a WWE fan, or maybe they fell out of love with wrestling and maybe they get brought back. That's why you have Paige back. That's why you have AJ Lee back. AJ Lee now, obviously, we realize that her return was very short term, because she's now saying, you know, I'll be back, I hope. You know, it kind of feels like the deal that they worked out was very short term. And who knows when AJ Lee will be back. You know, kind of feels last year, listen, let's work something out. You'll get a run. We'll put the title on you. You know, we'll have you feud big with Becky. You get a couple of matches along with it. Some people that you always wanted to wrestle. And then WrestleMania, you drop the title to Becky. And then, you know, we'll take it from there. That's what it kind of feels like. So, you know, when you look at Paige's return, I kind of feel that Paige's return might be longer than AJ Lee's. But now the door has been kicked open with AJ Lee. Even if she didn't show up on television for 6 months, yeah, fans would miss her. Fans would be wondering what's going on. But you could have her gone for 6 months, 9 months, and all of a sudden her music hits and everybody's popping. So there's no dissension for that. But you realize that these deals must be much shorter than it's perceived. But Paige and Brie Bella winning the tag titles, I think that is a very short-term deal. I think that was obviously part of the reason to bring Brie Bella back. I think obviously they wanted to have that Bella's moment one more time. And obviously Nikki Bella's injury put a big damper on that. And they decided, you know what? Paige has a long relationship with them. People would love to see Paige return. And it worked out, and the fans enjoyed it. But again, the match yesterday was only 9 minutes long. It was only 9 minutes long. So we'll get into the match results very quickly. There's no reason for us to spend a whole lot of time on it. Obviously, if you saw WrestleMania, you already know everything that went down. I don't have to give you play-by-play. Just give you my overall thoughts on everything. Let me just give a couple of more quick shout-outs. Synapse, 2 cases after Vince left. It's only a matter of time till WWE declines. It left a huge vacuum that can't be filled again. Well, here's the thing, and I'm not trying to be that guy, but WWE has grown since Vince left. I mean, the stock is over $200 a share. For the business side of WWE, it's bigger than it ever was. But as far as wrestling goes, wrestling's been changed forever. Wrestling will never feel like it did 10 years ago, maybe even 5 or 6 years ago, which is kind of unfair because we had pandemic, but, you think about even the bloodline. I mean, even when you think of the bloodline with Sammy Uso and everything like that, that's probably near the end of what wrestling was. Everything now is about bottom dollar. Everything now is about a sponsor. Soon you're going to have sponsors on top of sponsors. You're going to fucking have Real American beer, and that's going to be sponsored by some fucking aspirin that you take if you drank too much Real American beer. Everything is, something tied to revenue. It's not just about making history, making moments. What Michael Cole said a little over a year ago, a lot of people seem to just ignore it. But he said, we're no longer a wrestling company. We're an entertainment company that features wrestling. And that is so true because look at the match times. Look at the match times. Usos and LA Knight versus Division, 7 minutes. Okay. Jacob Fatu and Drew McIntyre, 14 minutes. Fine. That was an excellent match. I enjoyed it. It kind of should have had more violence at the beginning, but it made up for it towards the end. The women's Fatal 4-Way Tag match was 9 minutes, and almost half of it was Gaga. Becky Lynch and AJ Lee and remember, we had some bangers with those 2 women. 8 minutes. 8 minutes. Gunther and Seth Rollins, 15 minutes. Fine. They didn't want any match to go longer than Cody Rhodes and Randy Orton. Seth Rollins and Gunther could have been easily another 5 to 10 minutes longer. Then you have Liv Morgan and Stephanie McAfee. 7 minutes. Liv Morgan's entrance and Stephanie McAfee's entrance was almost the length of the match. 7 minutes. And, little buzz coming out is that Liv passed concussion protocol. They absolutely were not going to put her in a match unless she was 100%, but they just did not want this to turn into a longer match. They did it 7 minutes. After everything, 7 minutes, which I think is just really telling. And then you think of Randy Orton and Cody Rhodes. I'll give you some additional thoughts on all the match. I'm just talking about times right now. Cody Rhodes and Randy Orton's a little deceiving because WWE likes to do this a little bit too. If you notice, they will have brawls before the bell rings. So officially the match is 23 minutes, but when you add the brawls and Pat McAfee getting stretched out and this and that, that's not part of the official time. When you look at some of it, I'm not saying that part, but what I'm saying is that if you actually watch it, you see that there was a lot more involved. But let's be honest. Before I get into a little bit more, think of this for a minute. Usos and LA Knight versus Division. Okay, felt like a Raw match. Okay, but not awful, right? Not awful. Jacob Fatu, Drew McIntyre. Decent. I don't think anybody really complained there. Becky Lynch and AJ Lee. Decent. Should have gone a little longer. Gunther and Seth Rollins. Excellent. I don't think anybody complained there. Liv Morgan and Stephanie McAfee. Very good. Should have gone a little longer. Randy Orton versus Cody. We wish there was no Pat McAfee or Jelly Roll involvement. Is that card that bad to call it a train wreck? What happened on night one that turned it into a train wreck? You go back 24 hours. This is why I decided not to do a live stream after night one, because a lot of my complaints about night one, I wanted to see if it carried over to night two. The excessive promoting of Hogan. Why? Why? Like, are you just trying to piss us off that much more? Like, why? And they did it again night two. People would complain in night one, 85 minutes of wrestling, only 85 minutes. We had 85 night two. Like, what was so awful about night one that made you call it a train wreck, a disaster? What was it? Outside of Pat McAfee and some celebrity shit. Like, what was the disaster? What was the train wreck? You start actually dissecting, you're like, was there really a horrible match on the card? Randy and Cody obviously disappointed. And obviously we know now why Pat McAfee was involved in the first place. But when you look at night one, like, nobody like shit the bed. But yet the perception is that night one was a train wreck, a disaster, was awful. Worst night one in the history of wrestling. And night two blew it away. It was just match placement. Should the match placement have been a little bit better? Should maybe something that happened on night two happen on night one instead? Would you have felt different if Balor and Dom would have been night one and Drew and Jacob Fatu is night two? You know, like if the women's tag match was on night two and Rhea and Jade was night one, like, I don't know if it's match placement, so to speak. But I will say this. How many matches tonight would you say were WrestleMania quality? WrestleMania quality. A lot of those matches were short. If I had the biggest complaint that I can make about this weekend, even Finn Balor had to, you know, like, vamos, no crawling, no, just a little crawling, not too much, vamos, no, rapido, Roman Reigns, we watch his entrances. This time around, it felt like everything was rushed. It felt like. Here's another thing, too, that I definitely would be mad at myself if I didn't say this, too. Something else has dramatically changed with wrestling. We kind of had an idea when we saw the stage before night one. WWE and TKO, and I have a feeling Ari Emanuel or Nick Khan, especially Ari Emanuel, I think Ari Emanuel would be better suited to say this, or Mark Shapiro. I think somebody will reveal this. They have absolutely decided we are not spending the money we used to for the type of stage and presentation that WrestleMania was. Rather than spend millions on a stage, we'd rather have ISO Speed, you know, hit a fucking splash off the top rope onto Logan Paul through a table that'll get 500 million views. You look at the entrances. Roman Reigns, I thought the woman that did the opera stuff was great. The guy doing the drums, the guy doing the piano, I thought they were great. And I'm like, wait a minute. This is fucking Roman Reigns. This is the tribal chief, the OTC, the number one guy, the most important guy in that company next to Cody Rhodes. And out of everything you could have given as far as an entrance, you literally put LED screens showing the Samoans and Peter Maivia and three people. That's what you gave us. Like, you didn't have any, like, even when you look at, to me, who the two people that had, the three people, I should say, that had the most amazing, not Liv Morgan. I'll get to that. Alexa Bliss and Charlotte Flair's outfits. That was just amazing. Give them props. Loved Alexa Bliss's outfit. Loved the tributes. Dominik's entrance was great. But if we're being honest, it literally was a fucking wooden structure with a bunch of indie guys with long t-shirts on that says King of the Luchadors, literally carrying him out there. Like, you look at the setups, and this felt cheap. It felt like we're not spending the millions like we used to. We're not going to make it look indie, but you look at the individual presentations, even the CM Punk thing. I love the CM Punk intro. A lot of the flashbacks to his earlier career, yeah, that's a WWE video package. Playing his Ring of Honor music, yeah, that's fine and everything. But outside of that, you look at a lot of these entrances and I'm like, wow, that doesn't feel like WrestleMania. Like, you think of some of the entrances in the past, you would have thought, for the amount of fucking money that they were charging these people, that if you're going, like, let me put it like this. If you think of like the Playboy Mansion, if you think of these billionaires that host these parties, what do they all do? They will fucking put things out there that make it look like a billionaire held the party. They would make structures and do this and put this out there, and they would go over and beyond, so people are blown away by it. And you would think of the record money that TKO is bringing in, that, okay, if we're going to charge this insane high prices, we're going to make you feel like you walked into a different world. And a lot of these entrances felt awfully fucking cheap. I'm not saying that they were bad, but you look at them closely and it's like, wow, even the Liv Morgan thing, she came out there and she's got the dancers, and I think they did a good job for what they did, but I was like, how much money do you think that cost? You got a bunch of dancers, all in sync with each other, and Liv Morgan is lip syncing. Becky Lynch's fucking band, the Wonder Years. I didn't put the photo in this computer, but look on my social media. I literally replaced the lead singer with Milli Vanilli. They lip synced Becky Lynch's entrance. It's like you couldn't even afford acoustics to have a live performance. What is this, American Bandstand? Is this Soul Train? Then no, we're not going to really have them perform. We'll just play the fucking record in the background and you just sit there and you lip sync it. Like, everything, it wasn't cheap, but it was a hell of a lot cheaper than in the past. And that is something that TKO is starting to pull back on. Even the video packages. Some of these matches had little to no video packages. Instead, we would get, before I had on my Netflix, we will be right back. And it went on for 5 minutes. I'm like, here's a perfect opportunity to put a video package. Show everything that led up to this. Show everything that led up to that. No, we'll be right back. And the best part about it was, I don't know if any of you had this, but they decided to tell me we'll be right back in 19 different languages. With all due respect, if I'm in India and I'm watching WrestleMania, I don't need to have it written in Puerto Rican that we'll be right back. If I'm Italian and I'm in Italy, and it says we'll be right back, I don't need to see it written in English or fucking Chinese or Japanese. I literally watched them say, well, it was almost like, are you like trolling me now? Like, what language is next? Greek? Japanese? Arabic? Like, what am I waiting for? We'll be right back. Like, why? Give me fucking video packages. And then what happens? We think we're going back and we get Hulk Hogan, brother. I don't know. A lot of it was a goddamn mess. It's just too commercialized. It just feels too commercialized. And it's not changing. Why would it change? Investors love this. And basically, guys, take it or leave it. What's your options? That's pretty much where we're at. What are our options? So, okay, let's get into a couple of other questions. Dave Arlo says Vegas is a new home of WWE Mania every 3 years. Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's, you see the amount of money being made. But listen, my friends, I'm not saying this to defend TKO in any way, shape, or form. But you guys know this to be fact also. Pay attention to the news. Pay attention to NBA playoffs. Pay attention to the World Cup. Pay attention to a lot of other events out there. And all you hear is these insane, sick ticket prices. This is not just WWE. This is everywhere. It's everything. You look at boxing, there is no cheap platform anymore. I laughed because I heard on the news today that some country offered to put some tickets on sale for $60. And then the commentators go on to say, yeah, it was for like 60 people, 70 people. Meanwhile, the building holds tens of thousands. You know, you look across the board, if you want to get out of the house and see a form of entertainment live and in person, unless it's the amateurs of the amateurs, you're paying insane money. It's like if you go to a Broadway play, I don't know if any of you out there ever been to a Broadway play, but if you haven't, just Google it. See how much it costs. You'll be blown away by some of the prices. Now, if you go watch an off-Broadway play, it might be $30. And I've been to some off-Broadways. We've talked about it before. So if you want to see Broadway, if you want to see the best of the best, you're going to pay. And it's not just WWE. And if they could get 50,000 people in Vegas for that kind of coin, what's stopping them 2 years from now? Again, we have to see who retires and who doesn't. We got to see what feuds. Listen, they still want to do Seth and Roman. They still want to do Gunther and a few people. Again, they could always try to convince Brock to come back. You know, this was not advertised as retirement. So if he comes back, you don't have to worry about somebody saying, I paid $8,000 to see Brock's final match and now he's coming back and I demand a refund. That's why you won't see John Cena have a return match. Every single person that overpaid to see him at Saturday night's main event, he will not stab them in the back by having a match in the future. So, but as long as they're making that money in Vegas, and everything in Vegas is expensive. I guarantee the people in Vegas watching social media and seeing the IWC bitching and complaining about ticket prices, they're probably laughing and they're like, bro, everything here is expensive. What are you talking about? A bottle of water is $12. You know, you go to even one of these legal whorehouses, it ain't $50 no more. Like everything is super expensive. A Big Mac is $14. You know, so when they hear people complain, that's probably the first thing they say. And probably the second thing they say is, shut up, you're not spending the money. Do you ever notice like 98% of the people out there that complain are the ones that are not spending the money? McDonald's, $12 for a Big Mac? Were you fucking crazy? And I'm a vegetarian. Doesn't apply to me. Okie dokie. Roman versus Oba Femi for WrestleMania. My thoughts. That's Brian Hunt. I like it. I think it'll absolutely happen. You could let the floodgates open for the possibilities of Oba Femi. I think Oba Femi, you know, he's made. He's got the Goldberg aura about him. It's still, I've brought it up 1,000 times already. I'll keep bringing it up. It still blows me away how silent Goldberg is right now. I'm waiting for him to comment because, you know, I think he'll do the right thing and be very respectful because I don't think Oba Femi's done anything to disrespect Goldberg, but I think Goldberg will disrespect him by saying WWE's trying to create their own Goldberg. They're trying to erase my legacy by doing this to Oba Femi. They're trying to make Oba Femi everything that I was because I wasn't their original. I see that a mile away And honestly, all that's going to do is shoot Goldberg in the foot. And I don't think he'll do that, but I could see a shot at WWE in some way, shape, or form. But Oba has it. He has it. The fans, that's the most important thing, is the fans enjoy it. And let me tell you what makes it so much better. Look at the match that happened tonight. Oba versus Brock didn't even go 5 minutes. Nobody complained. Sure, it could have been a little longer, but for the most part, everybody was satisfied. That means Oba could have a squash match. Oba could have a 2-minute match. And depending on who the opponent is, fans are fine with it. Fans are fine with it. See, the interesting thing is, like, I was looking at some MMA cards that UFC has put out in the past, and I look at the match lengths. And obviously, it's hard to compare it to wrestling because UFC is not predetermined. So you can't predict if a fight's going to go 10 minutes or 30 seconds. But when you see some of the cards and you see matches ending so quickly, I kept thinking to about Mike Tyson. I remember a long time ago just being glued to my TV or glued to my radio, listening to Mike Tyson have a title defense. And you would hear him win by knockout in the first round. And even back then, I used to say to myself, I wonder how somebody would feel that you spent hundreds of dollars at the time, hundreds of dollars to see a 30-second fight. And for the most part, a lot of the reaction when you try to look back at history, you didn't have many people complain. You rarely got anyone who says, I paid all this money for 30 minutes. No, they were like, he knocked his fucking ass out in 30 seconds. Awesome. Knocked his ass out. Bitched him out. People would want that in boxing. If you were really, really badass into someone and you paid to see that person fight, you didn't have people like, fight forever, box forever, box forever. And the reason why people say that in wrestling is because I don't want it to stop, because this is the best thing we're getting right now. No, back then, people like, knock his fucking ass out. I want to knock out 5 seconds. That's what people would want. Now people want the opposite. They don't want it to end so quickly. And sometimes it ends way too quickly. So, Daniel-san, seems like there's people putting the belts back on people when business was good. Well, I don't know when you say business was good. I mean, you look back 10 years ago, WWE was not the revenue maker that it is now. When you look at ratings, ratings were better, but you also did not have a lot of streaming options to watch WWE programming. It is very difficult to compare WWE numbers 10 years ago to now. So many things have changed. Advertising has changed. Streaming options have changed. Even when you look at WCW, look at WCW. Went out of business. WWE bought it for a couple of $1 million. And we look at it now and we're like, wow, you mean to tell me of all the hundreds of cable channels that were available, Bischoff couldn't just hold out for a few weeks and get a TV deal somewhere else? And honestly, I think back then we kind of felt the same way as well. We were like, yeah, it would be great, Fusion, even if they're off TV for a couple of weeks. So what? They take a little hiatus. They get back on a different network. And what happened? WWF was on TNN. We got Pop. There were networks available. It wasn't like Time Warner or nothing, but it was just so out of the question. And it was like, let's just get it off the books. AOL Time Warner is just like, get it off the books, get it off the books, get it off the books. So you can't compare WWE from 10 years ago to now, especially when you think of the salaries. You think of the ticket prices. You think of how the advertising costs. You think of, we were still on the WWE network, $9.99 a month. You didn't have to buy Netflix for this and Peacock for this and ESPN for that. Now you got to subscribe to 3 or 4 different things if you want to watch every aspect of WWE programming. You need a cable service to watch CW. You need Netflix to watch Raw. You need another platform, or maybe the same platform as CW, to watch USA Network. You need ESPN to watch pay-per-views. So you need to pay at least 3 or 4 different streaming options just to watch WWE programming. In the past, for the most part, $9.99. $9.99. I don't think we realized how good we had it. We used to get annoyed when Triple H would say, for $9.99, for $9.99, for $9.99. We missed the days of $9.99. So, thank you for that. Bep Jr., Bep Jr., if Elena Black could stay healthy in TNA, do I think she could return to WWE? Sure. Absolutely. I think we talked about this before. I think one of the reasons why she was let go is because she was much more injury prone than people, remember. She was out quite a few times with injury. Not to get sidetracked, but awful what happened to her this weekend. I expect that person to be arrested. And if you saw my social media page, and we'll probably have a discussion about this tomorrow night. I'm sick and tired of people. How do I say this without getting myself in trouble? I'm sick and tired of people who are accused of having Down syndrome or being autistic or being retarded as an excuse to do awful things. I watched those 2 jackasses at the Yankee game pulling the ball out of Mookie Betts' glove, and I saw thousands of people say, "Oh, he has Down syndrome. Look at him, he's retarded." Like, oh, okay, that explains it. I don't care if you have all your eggs in a basket. I don't care if you're a couple of eggs short of a dozen. I don't care if you have Down syndrome, autism, anything. You commit criminal behavior, you should be in trouble just like anybody else. And the idea that people immediately equate disability as a reason for somebody to do criminal things. Just what happened with Elena Black. You look at the video of that guy. What did they immediately say? Well, if you look at him, he looks like something's off. He looks like he's retarded. Oh, so that explains it. What the fuck you talking about? I mean, this is how I always looked at it. Whenever you hear in the news that somebody kills someone, unless they did something to my family and I'm getting revenge, when someone decides they're going to hack their family up or hack their wife or hack their parents or pets or anything, you're already mentally retarded. The fact that you could commit that kind of violence on someone simply because they didn't let you use the car, simply because that person's cheating on you, or simply because that person wouldn't give you what you wanted, or no, you killed someone, you're deranged. You're deranged. And I saw what happened with Elena Black this weekend. I saw the excuses people were making. I'm like, nah, man. If you're capable enough to go out in public and you do something fucking criminal, no, I don't get. No, I don't care. No, you get in trouble just like anybody else. That's bullshit. That is bullshit. I don't know of any laws, it turns around and says, like, oh, you're not allowed to do this, but if you have this disability, it's okay. Or it's kind of a judgment call. But Elena Black, yes, she's still very young in her career, and she's obviously tweaked her identity a little bit. No reason why she can't return. No reason at all. There's no personal hatred. Oh, I do want to say this, and we'll get into some matches, and we'll get out of here. We're going to wrap this up probably in like a half hour, 45 minutes. The Hall of Fame. Is this 2 years in a row now? My friends in the chat, last year, I didn't look this up earlier, but last year, WrestleMania 41, did they put everybody on the stage 2 nights? This year, if I remember correctly this year, they only did it once, unless it was during that fucking 5-minute commercial I said earlier that I was showing in 19 different languages. We'll be right back. Did they do a tribute on stage for both nights last year? And did they do a tribute tonight for night 2 of WrestleMania? Did they or did they not? Because something actually newsworthy came out today. I'll tell you what that is in a minute. But I'm curious. Okay, no tribute tonight. Okay, so we're on to that. Was there a tribute night 2 of last year? I don't remember because Lex obviously was at the convention. So I don't remember if everybody was there but Lex. But was there a night 2? Yes or no answer. Just give me yes or no. Was there a celebration night 2 of last year for the Hall of Fame? Yes or no? Someone? Anybody? We have 1,200 people tuning in. Just a yes or no. Did we have a tribute on stage last year for night 2? Yes or no? No one knows? Not one person knows. Okay, whatever. Listen, Michael, I'm with you. I don't remember either. I don't remember saying, wow, everybody was there but Lex. Okay, see, now we have one person says, yes, there was, and someone says, no, there wasn't. All right, it doesn't matter. Forget it. The bottom line is this year we didn't have for the second night. Sid Vicious's son went on Facebook yesterday, and it was kind of interesting because he went on Facebook, but he didn't go on X. And I don't know if it's because on Facebook, like the climate is a little bit less toxic than X, but he trashed WWE big time, saying that the Hall of Fame tribute to his father was disrespectful and just ripped it to pieces. And he said that he went to WWE World, went to the stores, no merchandise whatsoever for Sid. But everywhere you looked, there was merchandise for Dennis Rodman. He just was like, the only reason why I didn't say anything was I think his son was there, Sid's grandson, and he was having the time of his life. But basically, Sid's son, I think it's Gunner, Edie, I think his name is Gunner. I don't have it in front of me, but we'll talk about it tomorrow. But he basically told WWE, go fuck yourself. But it was kind of funny because he did pose with the ring. He did show us the ring, which looked nice. But he was pissed. He was pissed off at that ceremony. So I think that's awful. But we know now the reason for the legacy wing. It's still amazing how many people don't understand how the legacy wing works. I don't know if Gunner wanted to speak. I don't know if he wanted to, you know what I'm saying? Like, I know what he wanted. He wanted a bigger pomp and circumstance. He wanted Sid to be featured a little bit more prominently. But the legacy wing is what it is for the most part. If you're dead, that's where you're going. Unless you're a rare, different circumstance. By the way, I think we all figured out who is the first inductee into the 2027 WWE Hall of Fame. Absolutely, Brock Lesnar. I mean, doesn't it make sense? Brock Lesnar inducted into the Saudi Arabia, WWE Hall of Fame 2027 in Saudi Arabia. Brock, that fucking crown prince will be sitting front row. Trust me, like that guy that paid to sit next to Wade Barrett and Michael Cole today, the guy we talked about earlier. The crown prince pays enough. He'll be the one inducting Brock. Paul Heyman, just go away. I will induct the Brock Lesnar. He's going in the Hall of Fame next year. Absolutely. Absolutely. No question about it. Okay. I will share one more before we get into some match results, and we'll run through them pretty quickly. Joshua Hughes says he's slowly getting Rhea fatigue. The Charlotte Flair syndrome. Rhea slowly is getting to Charlotte Flair territory. Obviously, she's far from the 15 championship reigns or whatever it is. Not to get off sidetracked, but did you hear what Michael Cole said today? If Javon Evans wins the Intercontinental Championship, he'll be the youngest champion in WWE history. And I was like, oh, I remember Nicholas. Remember Braun Strowman's tag team partner? They lost to the Burr at WrestleMania. I'm like, yeah, Michael Cole, revisionist history. And he actually shouted out some douchebags in Connecticut today. Shout out to my boys in Connecticut doing the research. I'm like, yeah, they obviously didn't, remind you about Nicholas. I don't even think it's revisionist history. I think Michael Cole I think he relies on statisticians and people in his head, in his earpiece, more than we think. No. Rocky Red said youngest Intercontinental Champion. No, he might have said that later on. No. First thing he said was, if John Evans wins, he'll be the youngest champion in WWE history at 21 years old. It's exactly I said it. I rewound it, and I was like, I got to just double check, make sure Nicholas won it at Mania. And then I unfortunately saw the clip with him and Braun. I'm like, oh yeah, I remember now. Didn't it seem like Michael Cole was a little off this weekend? He was getting cut off. The best part, I'll wait till we get to Brock. I'll say it now. I don't know if you caught this. When he was discussing Brock Lesnar versus Oba Femi tonight, and it was on ESPN, obviously Michael Cole was trying to get over the athletic, the sports career of Oba Femi. And he was bringing up track and field. And if you go listen to it back, Michael Cole says something about track and field, and then suddenly there's an awkward pause. And it was almost as if he had like one sheet of paper and read the track and field and then looked and there was nothing else on the paper. And he's probably like, that's it. He's probably saying, that's it. Like he brought it up and then there was nothing else. And I was like, it sounded like he was expecting more to be on the resume. Park says that he was drunk. Oh, I don't doubt that. He definitely enjoys a cocktail a little bit. But Joshua, as far as the Rhea fatigue, as time goes by, she'll start getting the Charlotte Flair treatment. Hasn't happened yet. Bianca, we'll get to Bianca. Bianca started getting it a little bit. And people tried to make it a racism thing, in different countries, that Bianca started getting booed. And it was like, why is she getting booed? Must be because she's black. I'm like, no, it's because she's getting this perception that she returns or she's thrown right into a title picture. And people, especially a year ago, wanted Io Sky to be the focal point. And remember, that match turned into a three-way, and it wasn't supposed to be a three-way. That's going to start happening to Rhea. Rhea is the most over woman in that company. Liv Morgan is very close behind her, but Rhea's insanely over. And that will continue for the foreseeable future. But there will become a point where fans start to get annoyed at Rhea Ripley and the perception that she's always in the main event, always fighting for a title, always in the hunt. And I can't react to it yet. When it happens, we have to look at it and say, is it deserving? But Rhea Ripley is getting to that level now where people are like, I'm starting to get the same vibes like I did with Charlotte Flair. There was a point in Charlotte Flair's career that suddenly it was no longer like, oh, she gets it because she's a Flair. People were just like, nah, man, she leaves or she has an injury, she comes back, and they immediately throw her right in the fucking title hunt. And people started getting, listen, I am one of Charlotte Flair's biggest fans. And I am one of the rare few that pointed out to all of you guys how many losses she has had the last couple of years. 2-3 years ago, you'd be blown away how many losses she had. I think there was one point where she had like 38 matches and lost almost every single one of them. I mean, it was crazy to look at how much she was losing and nobody paid attention to it. A lot of it was house shows, but still, you do not associate losing with Charlotte Flair. Rhea Ripley, as time goes by, you'll start getting that little bit of dissension. But right now, though, she definitely earns what she's getting. I can't criticize it, but I still think the WWE draft is coming much sooner, and I think Io Sky and Rhea Ripley will eventually be on the same brand together. This is not going to last too long because Io Sky, with all due respect, without Rhea Ripley, that's like a homeless dog. She is just, look at Damian Priest. When the minute they took Damian Priest off of Raw and put him on SmackDown, that was the death knell. Like, oh my God, without him, without her, without Judgment Day and then without her, he's like got nothing. They literally, as soon as they put him on SmackDown, if you go back and watch it, you'll be like, oh my God, I can't believe how like almost nothing they had with him. They're doing the R-Truth stuff right now because of when R-Truth wanted to become part of Judgment Day. But even that's starting to get a little bit old. And I think eventually maybe Damian Priest may need to turn heel again and just lay him on his ass. So, do I want to bring this up? Yeah, I might as well. I'll bring this up quickly. You guys heard about Andreas Hale? You know, a guy from ESPN. He went to report WrestleMania, and WWE's like, nah, it's okay. Oh, you want to go to the show? No problem, you got to buy a ticket. He goes on Twitter and he writes, and I quote, I will not be covering WrestleMania for ESPN. WWE denied my credentials and blocked my access. Neither I nor ESPN have been told why. You could speculate on the reasons, but if you want answers, ask WWE. Let me know what they tell you. Funny thing is, Blowjob Bethel immediately writes, I reached out to ESPN and was directed to go to WWE, as if ESPN is a human being. You reached out to nobody this weekend. Andreas Hale is most known recently for giving WWE a C grade for WrestlePalooza. If you dig a little bit deeper, I'm not going to get into the whole thing about this, but let me just put it like this. When journalists start becoming clout chasers, when journalists start forgetting that the story's not about them, that's when you realize they've lost it all. When, case in point, good example, when Dave Meltzer, about a month and a half ago, went on his podcast and said, listen, for anyone out there that's going to interview Tony Khan, he will not answer anything about Tony Storm, and he will not answer anything about WWE. That is journalism 101 no-no. In journalism, you're supposed to ask hard-nosed questions. You don't bring up Tony Storm because that's very personal and private. But as far as telling other journalists, do not bring up the WWE sale, he won't answer that, you are no longer a journalist, you're a public relations person for AEW. And unfortunately, somebody like Andreas Hale and others decided to make more the story about them. Look at some of his tweets, look at the clout chasing, look at some of the way he's handled AEW. You may not think so, but you have become a shell of what you used to be. And if you think for one fucking second that ESPN does not know why you were blocked, the best way I could describe it is like this. Let's say you're a bad husband. You keep telling your wife, you're awful. You keep this house a mess. Look at you, you're fat. You don't even put makeup on anymore. You're fucking awful. What the fuck is wrong with you? Are you stupid? Did I marry a moron? Keep doing that, keep doing that, they keep doing that. And then one day, you're going to get gas, and you look at a red light, and you see your wife in the car with someone else. And then you don't take a step back and say, gee, maybe that happened because I was such a bad husband. I became a bad husband. No, you know what Andreas Hale, the husband, does? He goes and tells everyone, his fucking bitch is cheating on me. Fucking loser. I'm going to fucking throw her out. She's fucking cheating on me. I would never cheat on her. He becomes the victim. Meanwhile, you're the reason why the wife went and found somebody else. So, bye-bye, dickhead, as they say in Goodfellas. Not a fan of that guy at all. I grade your excuse on your post on X, I graded a C. It's funny how these morons suddenly try to play the victim card. So, did you notice how ESPN did not show us the Las Vegas choir sing God Bless America? Or the other guy, Jim Jones, or whatever his name is, I'll correct it later, sang Star Spangled Banner. They didn't show us that. We didn't get that. I saw it on X, and they performed well. So we did get the cold open by Lin-Manuel Miranda. Again, I look up this guy, and I'm like, okay, I get it. What I found funny about the cold open is he's in the empty arena in Allegiant Stadium, and he's standing on the turnbuckle, and he's like, you did this, and this is the memories that you talk about, and you bring up, and I'm like, you're talking to an empty arena. I'm like, what are you trying to be R-Truth talking to Jimmy? I mean, I know why he was doing it, but I thought it was goofy, because he's doing all this passionate verbiage, and he's standing on the top rope in an empty building. But it was okay. It was okay. John Cena doing the entrance for both nights. Wore a suit, as he always does. Just being very, very corporate. He talks about being a longtime performer, longtime fan, first-time host, acting naive. Hey, guys, how am I doing? Even for night 2, I might as well blend a little bit of this together. Even on night 2, he's like, there's a lot of controversy with this, or there's been a lot of talk about attendance and this and that. And then he would reveal the attendances, but, he's putting over WrestleMania is like, the time of talk is done, and the time to step up is now. And he says, welcome to WrestleMania. Later on, this is your main event. That's basically his role. His role was expanded on night 2 because you knew there was going to be a little interaction with Danhausen. The Danhausen stuff today, we'll get to it. I thought it was okay. I liked when Michael Coley's like, for all you weirdos, because that's what they use now. Now they use weirdos. I don't know if you notice it, because I think that's the little shot with the AEW weirdos. He says, all you weirdos on social media are going to get mad. They wanted to be called midgets. Remember, midgets you're not allowed to say that word. In fact, I saw people in the wrestling media world using like Littlehousens, and I'm like, they're fucking midgets. They want to be called midgets. It's a dirty word. That's not right. They're little people. If you were a midget and you were offended by it, then I would listen. But I tell you, it's kind of like the guy that complains about the Big Mac prices and he's a vegetarian. You don't order the food, so shut the fuck up. So we get the first match. Usos, LA Knight versus Logan Paul, Theory, and ISHO Speed. 7 minutes. This was a little bit of a hot mess. Felt like a Monday Night Raw show. This was all about ISHO Speed. That's what it was about. His video on YouTube has already got millions of views. So this was obviously to put him over. He obviously would screw up in the match. Logan Paul wanted him to do a few things, and it unfortunately backfired. Early on, he tries to hit a move and he immediately gets thrown on his ass, keeps tagging out. But towards the end of the match, the Usos and LA Knight, I took some notes. That's why I keep looking. They dominated Logan Paul for a while, who was doing a lot in the match. Theory got involved a little bit. ISHO Speed with some minor tags. But basically, Jimmy Uso had nailed the suplex and followed with a corkscrew dive off the top rope onto Logan Paul. So while both of those men were down, Jey Uso and Theory tagged in. And basically, Theory was mocking Jey Uso's dance. He gets super kicked by Jimmy Uso. ISHO Speed enters, hits nice head scissors on Jimmy Uso, but they start getting confusion. And Austin Theory is telling ISHO Speed to hit the ropes to help double team LA Knight. LA Knight reverses it, shoves Theory into Speed, and Knight hits Austin Theory with the BFT to get the win. And right after the match is over, Logan Paul is really ragging into ISHO Speed. You had one job. You had one job. He wasn't doing this, but he's like, you got one job. And what ends up happening is we think Logan Paul is going to put ISHO Speed through a table. Do the viral moment with the phone, the selfie, and do the splash off the top rope. Next thing you know, LA Knight and the Usos decide to help IShowSpeed. Now, we just had that 800 million view moment where LA Knight throws IShowSpeed through the fucking computer screen. Suddenly, LA Knight is fucking holding Logan Paul, so IShowSpeed could climb the top rope. Beautiful splash. But this is like, oh, I want my viral moment. One day it's let me jump off a hot air balloon. Let me climb the tallest building in China and jump off. This time it's let me go into a wrestling ring and jump off. That's what these social media people do. I will say this, and I'm kind of shocked at how many people were surprised in what I said last Tuesday. I think the thing that shocks me the most about IShowSpeed is his age. The guy just turned 21. That's kind of startling. I'm not saying that I didn't think he was a young guy, but I think some people don't realize that in January, he became of legal age. Up until January, couldn't even have a drink. Like last year, hey, good job, let's go out for a beer. No. No, have a milkshake instead, please. Or a protein shake. Or, no, a Prime Energy drink. This was obviously about a viral moment. Nothing more, nothing less. I guess it would be cool if I did this, right? Hold on. We could do this in order. We could go back. There we go. There you are. So we could keep those in the corner. So, obviously for a viral moment, I was surprised that this was the opening match on ESPN. Other than Logan Paul, and I know the Usos were recently at the Yankee game for MLB opening day, but other than Logan Paul, I don't know if I'm like a non-wrestling guy and I'm watching ESPN and this is on, I'm probably going to be like, I'm watching that stupid shit. I'm a little surprised that ended up being the opening match, but it was the opening match. Jacob Fatu beating Drew McIntyre. In fact, guys, we nailed almost every prediction. I think the only match that we got wrong was Randy Orton, which we will get to. This was a very physical match. It was unsanctioned, so WWE was not responsible for injury or damage. There was a couple of interesting moments. Drew McIntyre acting like when Kamala saw Jake the Snake's snake. Or Andre the Giant seeing Jake the Snake's snake. As soon as Drew McIntyre sees the toolbox, he gets freaked out because of his history, obviously. But there was a funny moment where Drew McIntyre was at ringside and his brother was there. And his brother was logged into Drew McIntyre's social media account. I think he was. And Drew McIntyre grabs the phone and is hitting Jacob Fatu in the head with it, but then starts doing a selfie video during the match. And the shit was posted on X while the match was still going on. So as soon as he gave the phone back to his brother posted it on X under Drew's account, which was funny. This, again, outside of the main events, I think we all agree that almost every single one of these matches went a little bit too little. Gunther and Seth Rollins, I think, was sufficient in the length that it was. But even that, I would have said it would have been good if it went another 5 minutes. But I think that's being a little too nitpicky. Outside of Gunther and Seth Rollins and the two main events, I think a lot of these matches went way too soon. Far too quick. And I think this was one of them. Especially early on, it just felt a little bit too tame. But it would pick up pretty quickly. Basically, you had Drew McIntyre and Jacob Fatu exchanging headbutts. Jacob Fatu sets up a table in the ring. And, Drew gets a little bit of offense, but Jacob Fatu grabs the toolbox, nails Drew McIntyre in the head with it. So Drew gets draped onto the table and basically climbed the ropes, splashed onto Drew, and with the moonsault thing gets the pin. Won in about 14 minutes. I did love the entrance with the Polynesian fire dancers, but again, you look at a lot of these entrances, extremely cheap. You look at AJ Lee, a bunch of kids just hopping back and forth. And I think some of those kids didn't realize, like, no, I'm going to go to the ring. No, not yet. Like, it was cute, but it was kind of funny because if you heard our predictions contest, it was kind of strange because Joey 924 is like, AJ Lee still skips like a little child. And it's kind of like the way she dresses, the way she moves like a little child. And we were talking about her, entrance. And sure enough, she does the entrance with a whole bunch of children doing the same thing, which was kind of weird. And we talked about Brock passing the torch to Oba Femi. But I like the Polynesian fire dancers. Jacob Fatu going into his roots a little bit. I'll say this. This felt more like tribal combat than Roman Reigns and Jey Uso with the tribal combat. So this was a solid match. I kind of wish it would have went a little bit longer, or maybe the open should have been a little bit more physical. But in the end, I don't think anybody complains. There is a very cool photo floating around online. Jacob Fatu in the back hugging Jay, very emotional. This was a very big deal for Jacob Fatu, not just being on WrestleMania, but it goes much deeper than that. It's definitely worth a look if you want to go check it out. T-Smitty 3000 says, bad night for the Triple H's racist crowd. Bad night for the Jade Cargill can't wrestle crowd. Oh, I have some things to say about Jade in a few minutes. You could see the emotion in Brock's face before Oba dropped him, and Heyman didn't know. And how's my mom? I appreciate you saying that. Very quickly, my mom did have valve replacement surgery on Thursday. She is still in the hospital. She is experiencing some heavy bleeding from down there. Down where? Down there. They did the surgery through the groin, and she's bleeding very, very badly, but they say that they have it under control. It's a little bit too soon. She's got a mechanical valve, so the body won't reject it, but they're a little bit worried about blood clots. But I'm going to go see her again tomorrow, and, it's just wait and see. But, she went through a lot, and, I got very emotional Friday afternoon. I recorded Patreon after all, but, we'll see. We'll see. Fingers crossed. As far as Paul Heyman, I think Paul Heyman knew. I think he knew. I think this is something that Brock would have confided in him. I think this was something that Brock and Paul Heyman would have discussed before. Like, I could picture Brock seeking Paul Heyman's advice. I don't think Paul Heyman would have talked him into or talked him out of anything, but I think Brock would have gone to Paul and tell him, say, listen, I think this is it. I think this is it. And look, Brock knew it was it, and yet he still cried. A lot of times you know it's it, but until the moment happens, it doesn't hit you. And those tears were genuine. I know there's going to be people out there that hate Brock Lesnar, that's going to say, that was fake, bullshit, he never cared about wrestling and this and that. It's not just about wrestling. It's about getting older. It's fucking sad to see yourself getting older where you can't do it like you used to. It's sad to see people that you loved compete that are older now that can't do it anymore. I watch some of my favorite baseball players of all time and realize that some of them are turning 80. 80! It's sad. It's depressing. Seeing some of my friends pass away. And I'm like, oh my God, I can't fucking believe like how many years just like this. So it's not just about Brock retiring from wrestling. It's another point of your life that you realize, you're older. And it sucks. And for a lot of us, we want to be 30 years old for 30 years. But that's just not the case, man. It's not the case. And I will say this about Jade Cargill right now, because you were so kind in sending that too. I thought this was Jade Cargill's best match since she's been on the WWE roster. Doesn't mean she hasn't worked longer. Doesn't mean that she hasn't had more memorable matches. But this was a match from beginning to end that she was solid. She hung with Rhea Ripley. And this is not only a decent match, but you have to also give some credit to Rhea Ripley, because not only does she give it, but she takes it too. I kind of feel like the Meechin and B-Fab stuff was, it kind of takes some of the pressure off of Jade. But in the end, Jade had an amazing match. Rhea Ripley, you've grown to expect it, but Jade Cargill couldn't complain about anything tonight. Couldn't complain at all. And yeah, I listen, if Jade would have retained, and I'm not trying to be controversial, but I think a lot of you agree, if Jade would have retained, we probably would have had the same people that always do this. They always have to bring up race. They would have all posted online, black excellence, black excellence, black excellence, black excellence. Shouldn't always be about black and white. Doesn't mean that, people have been mistreated because they're black. I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is sometimes you give people credit for doing a good job and being rewarded for it. That I don't think anybody black ever wants to look in the mirror and feel, I got rewarded because I'm black. And I don't think anybody who is white wants to look in the mirror and says, I got rewarded because I'm white. You want to look in the mirror and say, I got rewarded and I won this because I'm damn good at what I do. And I think a lot of times it's not about race. It isn't. Sometimes it is. I will definitely call it out if it's perceived that way or if it actually is. But I think in the case of today, Jade won, even though she lost. Trick won and Oba Femi made. Both of them are made. Both of those guys will be headlining WrestleMania in the future. Absolutely. So it was a good night. Definitely a good night. Cannot complain about that at all. So, as we said earlier, we had Brie Bella and Paige win the Women's Tag Team Championships, defeating then champs Lash Legend and Nia Jax, who paid tribute to Demolition. I thought it was awesome. Loved the white mask and the white outfits. Alexa Bliss and Charlotte Flair's outfits were amazing. Alexa Bliss, I was just intrigued on how beautiful that was. That is just, whoever made that, you're just insane. Brie Bella and Paige didn't need any extravagant entrance. Just the fact that they were there was enough. And Paige returning was a pleasant surprise. Joey and I talked about it on Wednesday, that we thought Paige could show up on Raw, the Raw after WrestleMania. We discussed it on the prediction show. I did not think it would happen here, but it did. And at the time, we also did not know the extent of the injury. Now, I think Lara Valkyria and Bayley could still be in line for a tag title run in the near future. They either have to be rewarded soon or they have to split. There has to be an official split. One has to give. And I think over the next month or two, one of those two things will give. Again, a match that was way too short, but it did what it needed to do. I didn't think anybody complained about the outcome. Nobody had a bad thing to say about Brie Bella's work. So no issues there. AJ Lee and Becky Lynch. Out of all the matches they've had, this one might be the least of them all. Not saying it was bad, but this felt more gaga. A lot of the back and forth with Jessica Carr, moment where the ring is exposed and AJ Lee goes headfirst into it. A lot of the same antics. The one thing that was disappointing was a lot of the reaction online as this match was going on was, end this feud already. Be done with this feud already. End this feud. I've seen enough. I've had enough. This feud is over. Who comes out on Raw tomorrow? I have a feeling it's Sal Ruka. I think Sal Ruka is better for SmackDown, but somebody I think from NXT is going to get called up and challenge Becky Lynch. I don't think it should be Paige, even though that's originally our idea. Now she's a tag champ. Don't do that. Unless there's somebody else on the horizon that we're not thinking about. I don't know if JC Jane is the right person. I think JC Jane should go to the main roster with Fatal Influence. And I think as a trio, I think that actually could work a little bit better. I don't know if JC Jane is strong enough. She's good, but she doesn't have that acceptance by the main roster yet. And I don't know if that interaction with Becky Lynch would be all that good. I kind of feel like it should be Sal Ruka or someone that is more clear-cut, big-time over. I don't know who that is. And no, I don't think it should be Io Sky either. So, but this was a decent match. Again, I was a little annoyed at the fact of what we saw in that video afterwards backstage. I don't need to see that. I know what it is. And it's awesome that they can make this kind of suspension of disbelief on camera. But this WWE Unreal shit is hurting WWE more than you think. You know, just try, and especially that they're an entertainment company 24/7. So even some of the WWE Unreal stuff, you don't know what was redone to make it more appealing for the Netflix audience. And remember what I said earlier, it's going to be interesting what WWE looks like 2 years from now for WrestleMania. But not only that, let this sink in. 2 years from now, Netflix will be in year 4 with WWE. 2 years from now is going to be WWE's probably most important year in recent memory, or maybe since the sale. Because 2 years from now, you're going to have the push to WrestleMania, maybe in the United States, maybe in the United Kingdom. Would not be surprised they go to the United Kingdom for 2028, excuse me. Would not be surprised they go to the United Kingdom in 2028. But it's going to be year 4 for Netflix. Netflix could back out of the deal after year 5. So that year 4, you want Netflix to have no doubt whatsoever we're keeping them. Just like Saudi Arabia. We're getting closer to the end of the Saudi Arabia deal. Now you're getting Royal Rumble. Now you're getting WrestleMania. Now you're getting extra shit. They want Saudi to not only re-sign, but double their previous deal. This is why WWE, ESPN, Saudi Arabia, Netflix, those three are the lifeline for WWE. But again, AJ Lee losing the belt. Now we don't know where the future is in WWE. I have a feeling CM Punk might end up taking some time off. I think both of them may need a little vacation, the two of them together. I don't know if you take CM Punk off TV immediately, but it kind of feels that could be coming. Gunther defeating Seth Rollins, as we talked about earlier. This was the match that we thought it was going to be. The physicality was there. The moveset was there. I think it was good enough for Gunther to just want to beat up Seth because he's a better wrestler than Seth. And at the same time, he's doing Paul Heyman a little bit of a favor. Bron Breakker making his surprise return. Looked a little bit lighter. You could see it in his face. You could see it in his upper mid-body. I didn't see any incision. I think they did the incision underneath, right above the groin. That's probably where they did the incision. But he does look a little bit slimmer. You got to remember, as you're recovering, you cannot lift heavy weights. So, but he still, I mean, if anything, he looked even faster. He speared Seth Rollins twice, left Seth Rollins laying. And this obviously will continue on Monday night. And will Bron Breakker be ready in time for Backlash? Possible. But this match definitely delivered. Then we had the Liv Morgan and Stephanie Vaquera. Very physical match. 7 minutes. 7 minutes. Now, if Liv Morgan was 100%, but they also didn't want to have it go on a little bit too long, this felt a little bit too short. Having Roxanne Perez and having Raquel Rodriguez, stack the odds against Stephanie McAfee. I get it. I understand it. As you saw, no hematoma for Roxanne Perez. That's something we talked about last week. Look, Stephanie McAfee could still feud with Roxanne Perez. Could end up having a rematch with Liv Morgan. I think the big question now is, what's the future of the Judgment Day? Do we have something where Raquel turns on Liv and wants a title shot? I personally think if they stay a cohesive unit, you bring JC Jane and Fatal Influence in. 3-on-3. JC Jane could feud with Liv Morgan. You could have Fatal Influence feud with Roxanne and Raquel, and you could kind of bring him in that way. I could see that. I just don't know if you should keep... I mean, you don't want to get rid of the Stephanie McAfee feud this quickly, but if you're going to shift this a little bit, maybe that's where you bring in JC Jane and Fatal Influence. But again, just a little bit too quick of a match. Liv Morgan's entrance, we talked about it earlier, playing off of her Trouble song. It was okay. Listen, I'll say what I said last week. She's a wrestler. I think she did a good job for a wrestler trying to be a performer. But, is it something that I'm ever going to listen to again? No, unless it's an entrance theme that I'm forced to hear every week. This is something that she wanted to do. They put a lot of work into it. She worked her ass off, so give her credit for the work. I don't know if she has a future in music. But then again, with auto-tune, you could step on a dog's tail and make the dog sound like a singer, like a superstar. Seriously, you could step on a dog's tail right now, put it through auto-tune, and it'll sound like... It's getting late. It's getting late. Oh, and we're certainly not talking about this douchebag all that much. Just to summarize this, they're teasing now that Randy Orton may not have been 100%, and he's got it back. And I think this is to add a little bit of drama to this whole thing. They're not going to adhere to the stipulation with Pat McAfee. If Randy doesn't win, I'm not going to be around wrestling. He was brought in by TKO. Who's going to tell him no? Who's going to tell him no? Listen, Pat McAfee getting his ass kicked early, getting splashed by Jelly Roll, and then hearing Jelly Roll say, this should be one-on-one. This should be one-on-one. Where were you when Pat McAfee came back? Like, what happened? Mr. Softy was outside? I mean, it just was not good. Having Pat McAfee take a beating because the fans just want to see him get his ass kicked. Pat McAfee was, again, I was never been a fan of his. But, I think Pat McAfee himself knows that this was a mistake. TKO, I think, absolutely knows this was a mistake. To me, this was their second attempt at Travis Scott. The difference is Travis Scott didn't wrestle before, and Pat McAfee has. So if this carries into Backlash, Pat McAfee could hold his own in a ring. This is what they wanted to do with Travis Scott. They brought in Travis Scott to get John Cena more over as a heel because it was a very hard sell for John Cena to be really hated, even though people knew he was being a character. Very difficult to turn Randy Orton heel, rabid heel, nuclear heat in 3 weeks. He's too likable. He's been too respectful. There's too many videos of him online mingling with people, being a good father, being a good husband, just, being a good guy. So how do you try to put Randy Orton's heel heat on steroids? Well, you bring in a douchebag. That's the only reason why Pat McAfee was brought in, to make fans not cheer Randy as much. And did it help yesterday? No, it did not. Cody still got a shitload of boos. Randy Orton still got a lot of cheers. Randy Orton still got one more time. Randy Orton, he was going down the rampway, everybody's singing his song. And Randy's even acknowledged, he's walking down the ring and he's going, like, you're like, it did nothing. And when you keep shoving WWE Unreal down our throat, people know what it is. People don't believe for one fucking minute that WWE told Cody, we're going to bring in Pat McAfee. He's going to be the center of this. And Cody's like, I don't want that. No. He didn't do that about Travis Scott. Why would he do it with Pat McAfee? If anything, Pat McAfee, and it's not about skin color, but Pat McAfee is more a wrestler than Travis Scott. Travis Scott, you know, he had a hardcore title. That's the closest he was as far as wrestling. And he had Cactus Jack merchandise. But why would Cody balk at this? So Pat McAfee was brought in solely to be the heel, to help Randy get nuclear heat and get Cody more as a babyface, and it accomplished none of that. At the end of the day, Cody retains, which surprised the shit out of me. I thought Randy was going to get the 15. Cody Rhodes is better chasing the title than holding the title. I definitely recommend you all check out the prediction show that Joey and I did last week, because we talked about Dusty. And when you really understand what Dusty was all about, and the fact that Dusty was a 3-time NWA champion, and all 3 of his title reigns don't even add up to 3 months. Dusty was always money chasing the title. Cody is more money chasing a title than having a title. And now you ask yourself, who's next? Like, who's next? They're probably going to still keep Jelly Roll around. And McAfee, as far as I know, he's still going to be involved. Randy Orton, RKO, and Pat McAfee, the only explanation I could convince myself is that why did Pat McAfee stop counting when Cody kicked out? Even though he's wearing a referee shirt. Like, why did he stop counting? That's the thing. Like, I get it. You know, that's why I never liked heels as referees. Like, why would you stop? Like, actually, I take that back. That's why I hated heel referees that are rooting or favoring one of the opponents, one of the participants. Because if you're doing everything possible to have Randy save wrestling, why would you stop when Cody kicked out? Las Vegas screw job. You know, TKO management brought him in to save wrestling, save WWE. Randy Orton, WWE's gonna save wrestling. Well, there you go. You got the referee shirt and count to 3. Why stop? So I think Randy Orton is like, dick, and just RKO'd him. And now you hear Cody Rhodes having the eye injury. Whatever. You know what I mean? It's like nobody's going to have sympathy. You know, people, listen, let's also be honest. In droves, people aren't extremely irate that Cody is still champion. It's definitely mixed. And obviously something needs to change very, very soon. Let's see what happens next. But I think Pat McAfee, whether you like it or not, he has more that needs to be done. And going into Backlash, especially when Randy is left holding the title with Cody laid out, you know, you're not going to suddenly just have Randy go away for a while. If Randy was going to go away because of a back injury or something like that, the last thing you're going to do is lay out Cody and hold the title in the air and go off the air like that. So that was night 1. Very quickly, there's really not much to add what we said earlier. Oba Femi defeats Brock Lesnar. Penta retains the Intercontinental Championship. That was my pick. Javon Evans was a very close second as far as the betting odds go. But, you know, like I said on Wednesday of last week, if Javon Evans would have won, then what? Like, who's his first opponent? Kofi? Like, I think Penta, there's a lot more opportunity there. JD McDonough, to me, was the star of this. Doesn't mean that Ray didn't have his moments and Dragon Lee didn't have his moments, but JD fucking took some insane bumps. Javon Evans hitting the OG cutter onto Rusev, who was on a ladder, was sick. Rusev getting Penta tossing Rey Mysterio over the top rope onto Rusev through a fucking ladder was immense. As you can see, I'm not reading from notes. This is from here and here. Everybody worked their ass off. There was a moment where Javon had the belt and Rusev kicks the ladder away and Javon is just dangling. He's just dangling. And but in the end, I'm fine with it. Listen, fans are still angry that Javon Evans didn't have an NXT championship run. Javon Evans will win a championship sooner than later. But right now, Penta, I think, still has a lot more to offer. And I don't think I have any issue as far as him keeping the championship for a little bit more. Shout out to Stang, man. Welcome to the family. Thank you for the kind words, brother. Much appreciated, my friend. Trick Williams winning the United States title over Sami Zayn. Sami teasing a little bit of a heel. Probably got the most negative reaction as far as baby faces this whole weekend. Cody got mixed reaction, but Sami got a lot more boos than you would think. As I said earlier, the interaction with Lil Yachty was ridiculous. People probably didn't nitpick about it. In the end, Javon won. I loved the celebration with his parents at ringside. That was beautiful. But in the end, Trick Williams is now the United States champion. And, his stock is just starting. His stock is where WWE was like 3 or 4 years ago. It's just started. And that guy is obviously a future WrestleMania main eventer. So, very, very cool. Very glad. Now we need Sami Zayn to do what Joey and I said last week. Stand in the middle of the ring or even sit down and just trash the WWE Universe for turning on him. He didn't turn on the fans. They turned on him. And he just turns full-blown heel. That's what I would do with Sami Zayn next. Need I remind everyone, Sami Zayn was a heel in the past. And he does a damn good job with it. We remember, even though it was celebrity involvement, but the Johnny Knoxville stuff, still some of my favorite Sami Zayn heel heat that he did over that time. Remember when he was in the bathtub with the cell phone? I still got that screenshot. I was going to make that my screenshot on my phone. Then I thought, my wife may find me weird. Like, why do you have a picture of Sami Zayn laying in a bathtub as your screensaver? I literally was going to do it at one time as for a laugh, but me being a good husband, I got to do the right thing, and I got to do this now. Let me see if I could show everybody, because it's getting late over here. We got to wrap this up. Okay. See, I'm very, very smart. I have my wife and my dog as my screensaver, so I'm not stupid. Hopefully this is it for Lil Yachty. Go back to your music career. That corner involvement with Sami sucked. Finn Balor defeating Dominik Mysterio. Loved it as long as it lasted. Loved Dominik's entrance. Finn, I don't really have an issue with Finn no longer grabbing, the floor and, just crawling like he used to. You get a little bit older. But not only do you get a little bit older, but, it gets a little bit, I wouldn't necessarily say played out, but, this is a guy that's been, we haven't seen the Demon in like 3 years. And the last time we saw the Demon, he took a tumble off the top rope against Roman Reigns. That's, something that you definitely don't want to revisit this time around. And I personally felt that if we were going to get the return of the Demon and he loses to, did this freeze over here? I think this froze. Hang on one second. I don't know why this is frozen, but okay. Let me just reset this. There we go. All right. The last time we saw Finn falling off the top rope against Roman Reigns, and we saw footage afterwards that really was not very good either. But the thing is, you're going to bring him back with all the aura. Finn Balor's been comedic. Finn Balor's been charismatic. Finn Balor's been entertaining. And to turn that all off to be a psychopath with the demon stuff, you know, you have to make him dominant. And that's what he was here. I loved his jacket. I don't know if you guys saw it, but it was painted and it showed like a small Dominik Mysterio on it, and Finn is eating Dominik. The demon is eating Dom. And I thought that was massive. You know, the heart, they should have spent a little bit more money and got a movie prop where the heart was beating. That heart prop that was on the floor. It was kind of funny when Finn Balor, the demon, touched it. Did you see that? Like, if this, like, pretend this is a heart. Pretend this is a heart. And he just went like this. Did you guys see that? He just like that. And I was like, how was that? You know, but obviously it was supposed to be figuratively that he is going to rip the heart out of Dominik Mysterio. Very physical match. Tables were used. Chairs were used. There was one point where Dominik threw Finn through a table in the corner. There was some pretty stiff shots. You watch back, the visuals were great. There was one point where Finn was caught in the ropes with his head wrapped in the folding chair, and Dominik hits a 619. That looked great. There was another point where Dominik is in the corner with a chair behind him and a chair wrapped around his head, and Finn Balor runs and does a drop kick into Dom with the chairs. I liked Dom's tribute to Perro Aguayo Jr. Again, if you guys notice, I'm doing this without notes. I have notes in front of me, but I don't really need them. He paid tribute once again to Perro Aguayo Jr. For those that don't know that story, just to summarize it, and forgive me if I don't remember exactly what year it was, but it was not too long ago. That's probably the safest way I could say it with you. Maybe somebody in the chat could get me the year. Perro Aguayo Jr. was 35 years old, and he had a match several years ago. It might be 2015. I probably have the year wrong. Maybe somebody could double check it. But Perro Aguayo Jr. had a match against Rey Mysterio, Dom's father, and Perro Aguayo died. And, you know, there was some type of, I think, a spinal injury involved. I think it was a spinal injury, but he died. And it was no fault to Rey. And people aren't just saying that because Rey is beloved and who he is and everything, but it was more of just a freak incident in the ring. And, you know, Dominik has paid tribute to not only Junior, but to Senior. Thank you, Douche. I was right, 2015. My memory's not so bad. It was a nice tribute to Perro Aguayo Jr. But, you know, they were close to Rey. And, you know, that was just a horrible tragedy. I remember covering it. I remember seeing some of that video online. And, you know, it was just a real tragic accident. And Dom paid some tribute today to him, which was really, really nice to see. Actually, I do have to pull my notes up because I want to acknowledge the names that CM Punk paid tribute to earlier. But, you know, this was physical enough. It didn't, let me put it this way. It did not feel like two Judgment Day family members brawling it out. Like, obviously, Finn is kicked out of the Judgment Day. This did not feel like two Judgment Day members brawling. This felt like Dominik fighting a character you would see in AAA. Does that make sense to anyone out there? That's what it kind of felt like to me. Match was good. I don't think anybody would disagree with that. Again, when you look at the lengths of the matches from night 1 to night 2, it's the same number of minutes used, 85 minutes to 86 minutes. But the thing is, I think it was the participants in the ring in night 2 had very little bit of celebrity influence. Outside of Lil Yachty, for the most part, like you really didn't have, especially on the main event. When we get to the main event, I'll add one or two things I didn't say earlier, but I just hope that there was no injuries coming out of this match. Some of the shots that Dom took looked scary, but, you know, look, those two guys have been wanting to battle each other, just like Finn Balor and Jaden McDonough. Those two guys have been wanting to brawl with each other for a while. They want to work with each other, and they will have matches again. But this was good. I think you keep Finn Balor off of TV for a week or two. I think it would be kind of goofy to suddenly have him on Raw with no face paint on. I would kind of like leave him off TV for a week or two. But Finn Balor gets the win, the Demon, over Dominik Mysterio. No complaints whatsoever. Not too much to complain about the night itself. Once again, Rhea Ripley winning the Women's WWE Championship over Jade Cargill. We just talked about it moments earlier. Again, you know, that Adam Weitzman guy. I don't know why you would pay that kind of money just to be able to sit next to both of them. You didn't even hear him say thank you. Again, that's the power of the checkbook. This is an entrepreneur, billionaire with a lot of influence. And his bucket list was sit at the commentator's table for WrestleMania. And I don't know what some people said, well over $1 million, but he cut a check. Maybe he cut it to Vegas. I don't know. It's obviously TKO involvement somewhere, but it's pretty funny to see. I mean, he comes out there, he's got the headset on. I mean, we thought he was going to do play-by-play. The thing that really made it funny was the awkward, empty moments where there was no commentary. Like, I honestly thought, because I was watching the UK feed, that maybe his mic is cut off. Maybe somebody played a rib and he's talking and we don't hear it. And I kept thinking about Art Donovan. If anybody remembers Art Donovan from his commentary on WWF in the 90s one time, I was like, I got to hear what this guy's got to say. Is he going to surpass Art Donovan as being the most awful guest commentator ever? And he said nothing. Literally nothing. Not even a verbal thank you. He just sat there. He just sat there and just sat there. And the funny thing is, if you go back and watch Rhea versus Jade, you'll see moments where you see all the commentators in the back. And I'm looking at him. He's just standing there. He's standing there. Sitting there, actually. Sitting there. And he's got this smile on his face. I'm like, oh my God. Just because he's got the money doesn't mean you acknowledge it. Seriously, it's... That's funny. I looked down and my phone started turning pink. When I said seriously, it thought I was saying Siri. And it literally fucking turned purple. Thank God he said nothing, but he looked like a goof. Honestly, if you go back to your friends and you show a picture and says, guys, I was a guest commentator at WrestleMania, I think they'll laugh at him. He'd be like, you paid all that money just to sit there and look pretty? I mean, again, everything that's wrong with WWE right now, corporate-wise, he's the poster child. He's the perfect example of that. I mean, between him and McAfee and Lil Tugboat and all his other garbage, early on, we had no baddies at ringside. Eventually, Meechin would show up. She gets a little physical. B-Fab gets physical. Meechin distracting the referee. B-Fab gets physically involved with Rhea. That would lead to Io coming down the rampway. Io ends up negating both of them. There was one great moment where Io was standing on the apron and Jade Cargill's in the ring. I don't know if you guys saw it, but Jade Cargill sees Io and starts running towards her. And Jade is about to kick Io off of the apron. And Io at the same time hops on the middle rope and does a moonsault backwards onto Meechin and B-Fab. So as Jade is about to kick Io moonsaults backwards and Jade gets a foot caught in the rope. And then this is where Rhea teases a riptide. Jade reverses it with thinking, wow, maybe Jade will retain after all. And sure enough, Rhea hits the second attempt at a riptide, gets the pin, and a lot of celebration between Io and Rhea. Again, it was emotional too because Io without Rhea Ripley, look at the last bunch of weeks. I mean, she's been almost non-existent. And they tried to play off of it in the storyline with Asuka calling her like Rhea's lapdog. Kabuki Warriors ended up doing nothing at WrestleMania. We thought that they would have subbed the Bellas. We thought Io would end up having a match with Asuka after all. Kabuki Warriors ended up doing nothing, which is kind of interesting to look back on and realize they ended up doing nothing. At least Io got a little bit involved, but now Rhea's the champion and she remains on SmackDown. The only thing that I think could happen is they could do something where somebody on SmackDown now shows up on Raw, and the story is that since Rhea was a Raw wrestler and now holds the SmackDown title, that means that somebody from SmackDown comes to Raw. Who that person is, I don't know. But they could do that. But again, I also think the draft is going to happen soon. I will make a prediction the draft happens within the next month or two. And then I think you'll get Io reunited with Rhea. Because I think once they realize what happened with Damian Priest, Io, outside of the Kabuki Warriors, there's nothing going on. Unless Becky throws an insult Io's way and suddenly they got a feud. I don't know, man. Yeah, you know what? That's a great idea. Jordynne Grace. Put her on Raw. I think Jordynne Grace and Becky Lynch would have an awesome feud. In fact, wait a minute. Let's throw it out there just for the hell of it. Maybe Jordynne Grace shows up on Raw tomorrow. And she announces that because Rhea Ripley won the championship, she's on SmackDown. That means somebody comes to Raw, and I'm that person. And Becky, you're next. Boy, would that be... What do you guys think about that? Jordynne Grace challenging Becky Lynch. I kind of like that. I could see Jordynne Grace challenging Becky Lynch. In fact, I think Becky Lynch would probably love it. That would be... I don't know if it's a fantasy match for anybody out there, but I would think Jordynne Grace coming to WWE, one of the matches she would absolutely love to work is Becky. Hang on a second. I had the air conditioner on the whole time, even though it's only 48 degrees here in New York right now. It's because the hot lights from the cameras. We're going to start bringing this home. We ended up going much longer than I expected, but I wanted to get into both nights. You know, I was going to do night one yesterday, but then I was like, there's a lot of unknown for night two. And again, you hear these people complaining about length of the matches. And night two, you got the same thing. You know, there's a lot of stuff on night two that really made night one look a little bit differently. Doesn't mean that night one didn't suck in a lot of ways. It did. But I don't know. We'll see. I kind of like the idea of Jordynne Grace showing up on Raw. Especially since it seems like nothing is happening. Then again, Jordynne Grace and Rhea Ripley, that would be interesting, but I don't know if Jordynne Grace would overcome that. I could see Jordynne Grace on Raw. More I think about it, I think that might be a better fit. You look at the wrestlers on Raw, there are quite a few people that she can hang with. You know what it seems like on SmackDown? B-Fab, Michin, Zelina. You know, it seems like the same rotation with some of the women there. And I think, you know, maybe doing that with Jordynne Grace, that would mix it up a little bit. So, all right. Let's continue. We had the main event. I took a lot of notes. First of all, as I said earlier, we had a woman on the rampway doing a little bit of opera version of Roman's theme. One guy on drums, another guy on piano. I thought they did great. But I thought the entrance was very cheap. Just having family members on an LED screen with 3 people on the stage. I'm like, that's what you do for Roman after all these years. It felt very, very lackluster. Roman comes out, and Roman walking to the ring a little bit faster than usual. I get it. It's a very long rampway, but it seemed like everybody was being rushed. Especially that we went off the air at 9:40, 9:35. Like, could have easily had another 5 minutes. Why there was a rush there, I don't know. Then Michael Cole points out there's Roman Reigns' record 11th main event at Mania. Hogan is second with 8. And then Punk's entrance happens. I don't know if anybody got this vibe. Oh, and I should say something else. I don't know if I should have said it earlier. I wrote this on X yesterday. When Liv Morgan won the championship and Dom came out to celebrate, if you guys remember yesterday, he was wearing like a white button-down shirt over his pants, and he had like brown pants underneath it. You go back and look at his outfit yesterday, it looked exactly like what Mankind used to wear, just without the tie. And I put it side by side. You look at Dominik's outfit yesterday and you look at Mankind, it's identical. Only difference was no tie. And Mr. Sacco, if you really want to split hairs. But CM Punk's entrance, when they were showing the sky views, when they were showing the skyline of Vegas, did anyone out there get the vibe that I had, that his entrance felt a lot like Rock's old Hollywood entrance? You remember when Rock, when he was doing Hollywood Rock at the time, they would show like a skyline from like a helicopter, and they would show like a couple of different camera shots, and then all of a sudden it would get into his music. For the first 15 seconds of CM Punk's entrance, the intro video, to me, it reminded me, I almost thought it was like, all right, this kind of feels like Hollywood Rock's old intro. But then they zoom in and you see CM Punk on the rooftop of Allegiant Stadium, which was an awesome visual. But what I really enjoyed about it was they were showing video of CM Punk's career outside of AEW, obviously. And they're showing different things, and they're playing his old Ring of Honor music, Misera Cantate. And they're playing that song, flashback to Ring of Honor. And as they're showing a lot of his history, they actually show CM Punk walking in the back. And when you see him walking in the back, you could immediately see the emotion on CM Punk's face. It was pretty powerful. And if you watch it again, as they're showing the footage and they keep flashing to him walking in the back, you could see how big this was. Then, obviously, once he got to the rampway, his regular entrance music hit. And he came out there and he was wearing a white jacket that had a name of Bo Louders. Sounds like Looters. Lueders. He was a singer from the group Harm's Way. And from what I read online, he was good, like supportive of CM Punk and would have gone to WrestleMania, but he died in April. So CM Punk had his name embroidered on the jacket over here. Then on the side, on the arms, he had 3 other names. And the names were Kerwin Silfies, which we covered earlier this year, the director for WWE that passed. Jim Shank, who was a cameraman there who died very young. I think he was only in his 50s. He was not very, very old. Davey Coates, who was a touring manager for WWE. And I did see some vintage photos of him online also. And on the back of the jacket, he paid tribute to Harley Race. Because obviously CM Punk is a massive fan of Harley Race. So it was a really good tribute. I again, on the cheap, production-wise, it's a video package. Shot of CM Punk on the roof of Allegiant Stadium. Not much of an expense there, but there's a case where, again, some of these entrances did not need to be expensive. But when you see them all, not as far as expenditure, much less, especially the stage setup, it's definitely TKO saying, look, we're not spending that kind of coin anymore on that kind of production. They definitely have minimized that. Not to a terrible level, but noticeable. We had Rod Zapata as the referee, not Charles Robinson. Charles Robinson was yesterday. And as we're going into the main event, I was comparing it to last night. At this time last night, going into Cody versus Randy, we already had 63 minutes of wrestling in the ring. Tonight, going into Roman versus CM Punk, we had 11 minutes less. 11 minutes less wrestling going into CM Punk and Roman Reigns compared to the day before. And I was like, wow, for all the people complaining about the length of these matches, that's pretty fascinating to see. It's just that Roman Reigns and CM Punk ended up going 34 minutes. And let me tell you something. You get extra hyped up. You get extra emotion when you just watched something for the first time, especially live. But I honestly think when we look back at some of the greatest WrestleMania matches of all time, I think CM Punk and Roman Reigns could be on the top 25. I mean, I don't think that's out of the question. The reason why I enjoyed it so much is because I like the little nuances. CM Punk taking shots at Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns taking shots at CM Punk early on and saying, mock me again, bitch. Because CM Punk is putting the finger up. Also, Roman Reigns saying to Punk, this ain't promo day. This ain't Twitter, son. You're like taking a lot of shots that you could audibly hear. Also, the physicality. It was a very even match. I mean, early on, you had Roman Reigns giving 10 clotheslines to CM Punk in the corner, followed by what I call a Superman clothesline in the middle of the ring. Then CM Punk getting the upper hand, hitting a GTS, bringing Roman to the outside, nailing him with a bunch of knees, clotheslining Roman, suicide dive to Roman on the outside, and then Punk flexing for the fans. It was interesting because when he would do this, he would get booed. But when he would do this, he would get cheered because obviously they didn't want him mocking Roman Reigns. But again, very even match, but also a lot of psychology involved. Roman is laughing, trolling CM Punk at times. He, one point, got CM Punk tied up upside down in the corner. And here is where CM Punk had a little bit of color. CM Punk was upside down in the corner. And they were saying early on that he was busted open in the mouth, but obviously it ended up something with the forehead because Roman would hit 3 Superman punches. Then he would get the ring steps and would throw the ring steps at Punk. And suddenly you see Punk with a little gash on the forehead. So as CM Punk is being tended by the referee and Punk is busted open, Roman clears off the announcer's table. And Roman powerbombs Punk to the announcer's table. And here he's clearly busted open pretty good. Roman drags Punk back inside the ring, goes for a spear, but Punk hits him with a GTS out of nowhere for almost a 3 count. Then all of a sudden, Roman Reigns with a spear out of nowhere, almost for a 3 count. Then you see Roman Reigns rubbing CM Punk's head, bloody head into the mat. Roman getting a couple of 2 counts, frustrated at first, but then starts smiling. Confidence is starting to sink in. He picks up Punk, teases his own GTS, Roman Reigns, but Punk blocks it, kicks Roman, and then CM Punk hits a Superman punch. So they're doing what we see a lot of in matches, wrestlers doing each other's finishers. But now everything goes back and forth. We had dueling elbows. dueling kicks, dueling knees, dueling chops. And what I loved about this part is there was a part where there was about 10 to 15 seconds of no commentary. That the commentary just stopped. And you were just totally glued on these two guys beating the shit out of each other. I mean, as it's happening, Roman is saying to CM Punk, he's like, come on, bitch. And CM Punk is on his knees looking exhausted. And he's like, I'm still here. It felt a little bit almost like a Rocky movie, like Rocky and Apollo Creed, believe it or not. I mean, this turned into where they were both exhausted. There was even a point where CM Punk just collapses. That's how tired he is. And, there was a point where, here's where I thought the Usos were going to come out. CM Punk starts unraveling his wrist tape. And he has a chunk of it in his hand and he throws it at Roman. And it's funny because it hits Roman in the chest and it just falls. I'm like, oh, okay. I don't know what that was all about. But the referee picks up the tape. And as the referee turns around and throws the tape out, CM Punk hits Roman in the nuts. And the crowd starts not booing, but they're like, holy shit, CM Punk just went dirty and this and that. And he almost gets a 3 count. Here's where everybody thought the match was over, but it wasn't. Fans start serenading Roman Reigns. First time all weekend, you have that serenading. Roman Reigns, Roman Reigns. I think they did a little for Cody, but not, it was very little. Plus, did you notice this weekend, very little This Is Awesome chants? Very little This Is Awesome chants. By the way, I didn't forget about the Cena Danhausen stuff. I'll say that in closing. But the fans are starting to chant, serenade Roman Reigns. And the fight once again goes to the outside. Now I'm thinking, okay, here's where the Usos show up. Here's where we may get a little controversy. Are the Usos still in sync with Roman? Are the Usos going to align with CM Punk? And we don't hear no music. And I kept thinking to myself, I remember Roman saying to the Usos, you can have him whenever you want. At WrestleMania, he's mine. And I was thinking, will they do that and just keep it one-on-one? Because that's what Roman told the Usos, and the Usos were sticking with that. And sure enough, that's what we would get. CM Punk, they end up bringing the fight back into the ring. CM Punk hits a GTS to Roman Reigns. And Roman falls onto the rope and then collapses. And collapses right into CM Punk's shoulders. So now you're like, holy shit, CM Punk's going to hit a second GTS and get the victory. But then as CM Punk is about to pick up Roman for the second GTS, he collapses. And he's just physically exhausted. He couldn't pick up Roman for that one more GTS. If he would have hit that, it would have been over. So as a result, CM Punk collapses. And as CM Punk is on his knees, Roman is moving to one corner. CM Punk is moving to the other corner. And it's at this point you say to yourself, okay, I know what's coming. And sure enough, Roman Reigns hits the spear. Punk is on his knees. He's not out yet, but then Punk wildly goes for a swing and misses. And after he misses, Roman sets up for a second spear, nails it to Roman Reigns, gets the win. 35 minutes, no interference whatsoever. Great psychology. Don't know if there'll be much of a sign of respect afterwards. Although, if I'm Roman Reigns, especially WWE, getting exhausted. It's late night. We got Monday night still. Roman has got to give a little bit of props to CM Punk. I think he's going to say, whatever I said, you drove me, pushed me to the limit, this and that. Of course, Roman's going to put himself over in the end. but I think there'll be a little bit of respect given. They could possibly do something where CM Punk is live on Raw, and maybe Roman calls out Punk, or maybe Punk calls out Roman. Maybe Punk comes out first and says, look, I acknowledge I lost, but, nobody got involved, and this was straight up, and maybe he calls out Roman to give a little bit of props. I don't know, but all I know is that it was an excellent main event. It's a shame that they couldn't do something like this with Cody Rhodes and Randy Orton. However, I will be the first to admit, just like all of you, that we wouldn't want a carbon copy on each night. Each match had to be different. Maybe that's why they insisted that a celebrity get involved. And I kind of get mad when we label Pat McAfee a celebrity. I think it's better to use the term non-wrestler, because Pat McAfee has had matches, and Pat McAfee fought Gunther last year, and he was a commentator. He actually has done a lot for WWE in recent years. Whether you like it or not. But this was a tremendous main event. Would I say night 2 saved night 1? No. I think night 1 should have been the level of night 2. But unfortunately, it was overshadowed by a storyline that nobody asked for, that nobody wanted, and whether they will admit it or not, TKO and WWE realized last night that it was not needed. It was not needed. The fans were going to chant for Randy no matter what. The fans sang his entrance, cheered him, booed Cody. Who knows? Maybe you say they would have treated Cody even worse. Maybe that would have happened. But, it was just taking the air out of the main event for night 1's balloon in such a way that the other matches would had to have over-delivered by an insane margin to make up for the Pat McAfee shit. Because think about it. How we were in a lose-lose situation. Because if Randy Orton would have won, then that means Pat McAfee would have gotten involved in a way that helped Randy Orton win. And it would have felt tainted. So if Randy would have won yesterday, it would have felt, that was because, TKO decision, they got Pat McAfee involved and this shit's going to continue. Cody wins and you feel like, all right, same shit, like we're kind of tired of this and we feel like a change is needed. This storyline was not needed. It didn't help Randy. It didn't change anybody's views about Randy. It just made people angry. And unfortunately, they didn't give some of the other matches enough time to, and some of those matches were never supposed to over-deliver. If you look at the individual matches, not many complaints. The opener was an opener. I Show Speed and Vision versus the Usos LA Knight. It was an opener. You're not going to set the tone for a whole WrestleMania on that one match. Some of the other matches were fine. Drew and Jacob Fatu was great. Gunther and Seth Rollins was great. Paige's return was a nice surprise, and she was fine. You look at some of the other matches. Liv and Stephanie Vaquer was okay. Like nothing crapped the bed. But yet we were so infuriated after night 1. And it was just, we just had a crash. My browser just crashed. Hopefully we didn't lose the stream. This happened before too. All right. So one other thing I wanted to mention with WrestleMania. We had the interaction with John Cena and Danhausen. Now, I think this was intentional, although some people say it wasn't. We had John Cena announcing the attendances. For night 2, the attendance was 55,255. Soon enough, we will know officially from Las Vegas what the attendances were. But right now, they said 55,255. Last year was 60,103. For night one, it was 50,816. Last year was 58,538. Still impressive numbers. They're still going to break records, no question. But Cena's out there giving the announcement. And then you got Miz, Kit Wilson. And you know this is leading to Danhausen, especially when we saw on Raw Monday. SmackDown on Friday, excuse me. So Kit Wilson and Miz want their WrestleMania moment. Here comes Danhausen. And he comes out there with a bunch of midgets. And Michael Cole goes out of his way to tell us they're midgets. They want to be called midgets. So they're in the ring with Danhausen, and Miz is pissed off. Miz is like, if I wanted to see Wizard of Oz, I would have went down the street. And Danhausen's thrown a little shade at Miz and Kit Wilson. And if I remember correctly, maybe somebody could correct me on this, but obviously Danhausen says, "You are cursed." Kit Wilson looks at one of the midgets, and if I remember correctly, I didn't rewind this, but I could have sworn he said to the midget, "You are carsick." I could have sworn he said, "You are carsick" to a midget. And Danhausen, I don't know who the midget's name was. I didn't write it down. But he tells one of the midgets to get him, to Kit Wilson. And he punches, he said toxic? Okay, so it was, "You are toxic." Okay, toxic. That makes a lot more sense. Like carsick? That's something like you say to like a dog or a baby. "Oh, she's carsick." "You are toxic." So Danhausen instructs one of the midgets to punch Kit Wilson in the balls. Or as Wade Barrett called it, the family jewels. Punches him in the balls, and Kit Wilson goes down. And next thing you know, Danhausen has all the other midgets beating the shit out of Kit Wilson. And this leads to, obviously, Danhausen getting physical with Miz. John Cena is just laughing at all of this stuff. And then all of a sudden, I guess this was supposed to be the moment where you see the plume of smoke, you hear a sound effect like an explosion, the lights go off, and then Danhausen runs out the ring and climbs underneath the ring. So it looks like he disappeared. And I think this was intentional. I guess it looked like a little smoke bomb or something, but something pops in the ring. You see a little bit of smoke. And Danhausen's looking at John Cena. John Cena's like looking like, what the hell's going on? And Danhausen proceeds, with the lights on, just proceeds to roll out of the ring and run to the side of the apron and start crawling underneath the ring. So we got a camera, like on-camera version of what Danhausen does. And it was bad and it was stupid, but it was funny at the same time. And John Cena doesn't know what to fucking make of it. That's the interaction they had. It was very good. Listen, say what you want about Danhausen, but I said this on Patreon Friday. I'll say it again here. Earlier last week, I watched a clip of Brian Last and Jim Cornette talking about Danhausen and the match with Kit Wilson, where Kit Wilson had the fireworks blown up his ass. And obviously, Jim Cornette is not a big fan of this stuff. And usually they will crap over any Danhausen stuff. I was a little disappointed that none of these old school people are bringing up the goofy special effects we used to have with The Undertaker, especially when he rose after his match with Yokozuna. But as they're describing what's going on with Danhausen and Kit Wilson, Brian Last is just laughing hysterically. Laughing so hard that I started laughing. And, Jim Cornette is describing it as only Jim Cornette can. And I'm laughing because I saw the segment, but obviously he's doing it in a comical way that it's so bad. But what I took from it was, as bad as the segment is, when you hear Brian Last, could be anybody, when you hear someone laughing uncontrollably about what they saw. Isn't that the whole point? Like, this is not supposed to be well produced. Like, this is supposed to be wacky, goofy, dumb shit that's designed to be, it's so bad, you kind of laugh at it. Like, when you laugh uncontrollably, isn't that what it's supposed to do? So I enjoyed it. I'm not saying that they're very critical of Danhausen, but, you know, all I'm saying is that it's not very believable segments. It's not typically what you would want to see, but it's a small segment of the overall show, and most people seem to be into it. You know what I mean? You know, will we ever get a moment like Eugene where the fans will turn on Danhausen and just want to see him get his ass kicked? I don't know. There was another thing that I wanted to say earlier about John Cena with Night 1. When John Cena came out for Night 1, he announced the attendance of 50,816 fans. Then Bianca Belair's music hits. Bianca Belair, very much clothed, had a jacket on, closed, everything. I don't think any of us thought in a million years what she was going to announce. We thought, oh, you know, we know she's still a long ways away from a WWE return. We know the finger is nowhere near. But we thought, oh, you know, it's nice to see her, a little bit of progress. Maybe just give us a little update as far as what's going on. So she hits the ring, and she's very emotional. We don't know exactly why. And, you know, she interacts with John Cena a little bit, and then she has an announcement of her own. And all she does, as I showed you the picture earlier, she takes off her outer coat, and she's got this blue outfit on where the stomach is the only part that's exposed. And as soon as she took off the jacket, you could see clear as day she's pregnant. And, you know, I don't know how many months she's pregnant, but it's got to be at least 3, right? I would think, because you're showing, and she's showing enough. And you know what? When you think about the injury, you think about what's going on, if Bianca and Montez Ford were looking to start a family, I will never be, I'm not trying to keep bringing up Cornette, but I have to make a point here. I'm never going to be one of those that is going to trash someone for deciding to have a family. Like when Becky got pregnant that time during the pandemic and, you know, Asuka got the championship, I remember how vicious Cornette criticized that, calling her a fool, a moron. Well, you could be making $1 million right now and you're pissing it away to have a kid now. Why can't you wait years? It's not us to decide that, and I don't think anybody should. All I'll say is that if Bianca Belair and Montez Ford were looking to start a family, this might be the best time to do so, because she's going to be out anyway because of the finger injury. Finger is going to take months upon months, you know, I don't want to say another year, but could go 6-9 months, maybe more, that finger has to not only regain its strength, but has to heal, and it has to literally be trained. You know, it's kind of like, you know, I don't want to compare it to me, but you could compare it to Scott Steiner. You know, when I had my car accident in 1996, I had drop foot syndrome, and that was awful. And I had drop foot for about 1.5 years. And Scott Steiner had drop foot when he had his WWE debut. And what drop foot syndrome is, I had it because of my car accident. My leg got crushed in a car accident. And I had so much nerve damage in my foot, I couldn't lift my foot. I couldn't lift it. Like my foot would just droop like this. That's what they call drop foot. Your foot's just dropped. Can't lift it. So just like what I had, Scott Steiner had the exact same thing, because I remember we covered it and we showed pictures. In order, how you handle drop foot syndrome is you get fitted for a plastic brace, so to speak. They literally take from your calf, your bottom leg, your calf to your ankle, and they literally take a mold of it. And basically what happens is the bottom underneath your foot that plastic gets slipped into your shoe. In the case of Scott Steiner, his boot. And the brace goes up the back of the leg like this. It's like, wait, we could take Roman and CM Punk off the screen. Yeah, bye-bye. Like, if this is your drop foot, like the brace goes underneath your foot and it goes up the back of your calf. Like, if this is your calf and this is your foot, the brace goes here. So when you have it on, it forces you to lift up your foot. Like, the only way that you could lift up your foot is by lifting it off the ground. You can't do this, but you could lift it off the ground. And because you have that plastic brace, it forces everything to lift at the same time. For me, it took 1.5 years to train my foot to go like this again and to get the strength back in, the muscles. Same thing with Rhea, with Bianca Belair. The finger, it's not just doing this every hour. You're doing that because you don't want it to lock up. Because if it locks up again, she might need another surgery. So you do this enough that your muscle, it starts getting used to it and becomes just normal, natural. And as she's doing that, she's building up strength, but that could be another 6-9 months, maybe more. So if she's going to be out anyway, and who knows when she returns to ring, start a family. So congrats to her. And as John Cena said, I guess the attendance was 50,817 instead of 50,816. So, and that was WrestleMania. So I'll be honest with you guys. I'm kind of glad that we decided to do this Sunday night because we ended up going 4 hours, almost 4 hours. We covered 2 nights. I obviously felt that we needed to cover both at the same time. Sure, there's a lot of unknown as far as the Raw after WrestleMania. But one thing is for certain, tomorrow night, right after Raw, I will be live on YouTube. I will be putting the archive everywhere else. And we will focus more on the Raw after WrestleMania. Any injuries that we find out about, we could get into that as well. And any news that breaks from it. We'll get into a couple other little tidbits Monday night. But at least, we don't have to recap Mania because that was the original plan. And the fact that we did almost 4 hours now, if we would have did that on the Monday night Raw after WrestleMania, we probably wouldn't have finished till like 4 a.m. So, we ended up doing almost 4 hours, man. I was not planning it, but time flies when you're having fun. My ass is a little numb, I'm not going to lie. But on a scale of 1 to 10, I think we should do this. Scale 1 to 10, favorite match, least favorite match of each night, right? I think we go with that. On a scale of 1 to 10, I give the first night of WrestleMania, honestly, I give it a 5. And that might be a little bit generous. The only reason why I'm giving it a 5 and not less is because Jacob Fatu and Drew McIntyre was fine. Seth Rollins and Gunther were fine. Those were WrestleMania quality matches. Liv Morgan and Stephanie Vaquer, as much as it lasted, I thought it was very good as well. So those 3, that's half of Mania right there. Even if those matches were top-notch, you don't give it a 10. So those matches were decent. The women's tag title match to me was just average, even though Paige returning is a nice surprise, so I give that as well. Becky Lynch and AJ Lee, although a little bit too quick, I thought the match was fine. These two could work great together. So that, I think, was a little bit better than average. The opening match, to me, was just an opening match with one viral moment on it. So of all the matches that we talked about so far, nothing was awful. And I think when you start getting the 3-4 area, that's where you're talking awful. Randy Orton versus Cody Rhodes, without the Pat McAfee involvement, was not that bad. I mean, Randy Orton worked fine. Cody Rhodes worked fine. It told the story. It's just the Pat McAfee and the Jelly Roll stuff sucked. And especially on the Pat McAfee side, that sucked. So you take away points for that. But I think on a scale of 1 to 10, I give night one, I give it, you know what? I would have given it a 5, but the fact that we had almost an hour and a half of commercials and we had the Hogan stuff over and over. And it wasn't just 30-second plugs. These were 3-minute clips. Why do we need to see the Hollywood Hogan, you could call this the new world order of professional wrestling, brother? Why do we need to see that 2-3 times? Why did I need to see him fighting Ted DiBiase twice? Why? Why did I need to see Linda Bolea again? You know, I don't know. I take a half a point off just for that. The commercials and the Hogan shit, I changed my mind. 4.5 out of 10. Keep me going and I'll change it to 4. You know what? I think on a scale of 1 to 10, I give it a 4. Because you had half the night in commercials. And I get it. You gotta add revenue and stuff like that, but still, those gaps were ridiculous. And even when they would come back from commercials, you would still get the "we will be right back" things every single time. So I give it a 4. My favorite match of night one, I would go with Gunther versus Seth Rollins. I thought they worked very well together. Drew McIntyre and Jacob Fatu would be a close second, but I kind of enjoyed Gunther and Rollins a little bit more. My least favorite match of the night was Randy Orton versus Cody Rhodes. The Pat McAfee stuff was not needed. Him coming out with a referee shirt doing this was like dumb. You know, just the, even Randy Orton, RKO, and Pat McAfee after all of this was strange. I mean, I kind of know where it's going. Then after everything is done, he punts Cody Rhodes in the head, takes the belt, raises it. I'm like, all right, this is just all over the place. So that match was my least favorite. For night 2, I would have loved to have said Oba Femi versus Brock Lesnar outside of the main event, but only went 4.5 minutes. I don't think there's any denying that Roman Reigns versus CM Punk was the match of the night by far. But when you look at the other matches, you know, what was the worst match of the night? Let's put it that way. Believe it or not, I think the worst match of the night, and this is why I think people are saying night 2 blew away night 1. The worst match of the night, in my opinion, was Sami Zayn versus Trick Williams. The IC ladder match was insane. Rhea Ripley and Jade Cargill was a hell of a lot better than anybody expected. It might be Jade Cargill's best match since she's in WWE. The Demon versus Dom delivered big time. Reigns and Punk delivered big time. Oba Femi and Brock Lesnar did exactly what it needed to do for Oba Femi. And in the process, we get a surprise, shocking retirement. Very emotional one besides. But even Sami Zayn and Trick Williams was not a bad match. So by default, if you're calling that the worst match of the night, and the only reason why I called the worst of the match of the night is because of Little Tugboat. That shit, that was awful. Watching Sami Zayn looking like, where are you? Like looking like, where the fuck is he? He's literally like, come on, Trick. It was so goofy. And I know for a lot of people, they'll just, you're making a big deal out of nothing. No, I'm not. Because this is the reason why, I don't want to take a crow from Vince Russo, but you leave the pros to the pros. You're like, why? Because you're a hip hop guy with a bunch of social media influence and you love wrestling. That doesn't mean that you should be involved with it. Just like that Matarazzi. Just because you're a billionaire and you got influence doesn't mean you fucking sit like a fucking plastic tree at the commentator's table. You know, that just makes it look, wow, WWE will do anything for money. Just little ridiculous, man. So the fact that Trick and Sammy is the worst match of the night says a lot. We still had the same length of matches compared to night one. We had the same commercials. So if we took off a half a point for night one, we got to take off a half a point for night two. On a scale of 1 to 10, I give night two, I think a 7, maybe 7.5, because the main event was solid. It told a story. Everything happened the way it should have. Nobody did any corny stuff like, no involvement, no outside interference. Where Roman Reigns goes as the champion, that's for a discussion on another night. But on a scale of 1 to 10, I think a 7.5. Listen, 7.5 compared to a 4 is a big deal. I think the fact that it ended so early is another thing. It's amazing that it went off the air almost a half an hour earlier than night one. And you could have easily added more. You could have had Io Sky and Asuka. You could have had, something else going down. That's why I kind of think 7.5 is more ideal. You got to take a half a point off for the commercials and the Hogan stuff. So without that, giving it an 8, I think even some people might feel that's high. So overall, on a scale of 1 to 10, I guess like a 5.5 or a 6. I think that's pretty much where I would go for both nights together. I don't think I'm being outrageous with that. Listen, there's going to be a lot that we're going to forget about. There's going to be a couple of things that we'll remember. But unfortunately, my friends, the stuff with TKO and the stuff with the commercials, that is not changing. I don't have anything against Fightful. I'm one of the ones that subscribe to their Patreon, and I subscribe to their enemies too. But when they posted that WWE had short matches on Saturday because of the ads, and matches could go longer in night two, but it's not guaranteed. It's like, if you don't know for sure, why even put that out there? Because you ended up, nothing was different. Why would anybody have thought night two was different? If you have 90 minutes of ads for night one, why would you think that Netflix spur of the moment would give us less than 90 minutes? You sold advertising space. I guarantee you Netflix sold the same amount of advertising space for night one that they did night two. That's just normal business. You have a fucking TV show that lasts 3 hours. You know how many commercial breaks you have. So if you sold commercials for this 3-hour show and then you got this 3-hour show the next night, why would this 3-hour show have less commercials? Why? Because people complain the night before? So I thought that article was ridiculous, because just common sense with business. I'm not trying to nitpick, but I'm just saying, like, some of the stuff that came out, I would think it wasn't news. I think it was just unnecessary. But, it is what it is. Thank you, Don Stoney, for the kind words, my friend. He feels TKO fucked us all out of 10. I appreciate you too, my friend. Again, I don't like a lot what if TKO is doing, but I also think we should be a little bit realistic about it and know that this is what it is. A little noise on social media is not going to change anything. I saw some goofs already doing TikTok videos the minute those VIP packages came out for SummerSlam. And they're like, TKO is starting to listen. We're making a difference. Keep speaking out. They will load it. I'm like, you dumb schmuck. You don't compare Minneapolis ticket prices to fucking New York, moron. And there was a lot of morons doing that. They actually think their voices are being heard. TKO is going to post record revenues and they're going to say, what are we doing wrong? Tell me, oh, we had 5,000 people less, but we made more money. Like, which do you think the investors care about more? Having a lot of people there and not make as much revenue? Or when Ari Emanuel and Mark Shapiro do a conference call and say, we're giving less, but getting more. They need to pay attention a little bit more as far as what's going on. We don't have to like it, but the more we understand it, the more it should not be surprising. So, I hate to say this in closing, but this is not your Vince McMahon WWE anymore. And professional wrestling will never go back to the way it was. If anything, it will get worse in the future, because I've been saying this now for about a year. Not because I say it every year and eventually it's going to happen. I don't think this happens for another 3 to 5 years. But I think eventually, when TKO realizes we have milked that prostate as hard as we could, we fucking squeezed every extra dollar we could out of fans, and the business starts to decline, that's when they're going to sell to Saudi Arabia. And when Saudi Arabia, not just the country, this will be a group of people, obviously. And who knows, maybe Vince will be involved with the Saudi Arabia group. But when Saudi Arabia buys WWE, thank God we're not in Riyadh season right now. Take a shot every time you hear dun, 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 dun. On Netflix, I want to punch myself in the head. I want to fucking take that Cody injury to his eye and do that to my ears. You imagine if Saudi Arabia buys it? Every other commercial won't be for the Hogan documentary. It'll be for some fucking event going on in Saudi Arabia. The day that Vince sold, wrestling must change forever. The day that TKO sells it, it'll change even more. It'll turn into like a wild, strange, world as far as wrestling goes. But I think that's the future. So find what you like and enjoy it as much as you possibly can. And understand there's a lot to criticize right now, but there's enough to enjoy too. Focus on the things that you enjoy. If you focus on the things that you don't enjoy, it's just going to bring you down. You'll scream, you'll complain. You'll put catchy tweets and catchy TikTok videos and go viral moments on YouTube. And unfortunately, my friends, you ain't changing a damn thing. All these people that are voicing their frustration, did they change a damn thing? Do they honestly think that they were responsible in TKO dropping the prices near WrestleMania when they do it every single year? Like, really, what did you accomplish? The only thing you probably accomplished was executives in TKO laughing. When that financial number comes out and it breaks all-time records, how could they not just sit back and laugh at everybody who ripped them? Who said, oh, WrestleMania is doing awful. It's going to end up breaking record numbers. So, unfortunately, that's what it is. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but, we're a little bit more realistic here. We could just scream at the world and piss in the wind and complain about everything and just rip it apart. And then, act shocked when something happens. This shit don't shock me anymore. It disappoints me, but it doesn't shock me. So, all right. I get to rest my voice. It is 1:46 in the morning here. One good thing about doing these recaps is I don't have to put a synopsis, because what we do is recap and review WrestleMania. So, listen, if you'd like, post some comments in the comment section as soon as I'm done with this show. Definitely love your feedback. What would you give WrestleMania on a scale of 1 to 10? What was your favorite match of each night? What was your least favorite match of each night? Was there anything that I said that, do you disagree with? Definitely would love your feedback. So if you're not doing anything Monday night, you're welcome to join me here right after Raw. We got a lot of stuff to get into. And we'll go from there. So, listen, hopefully the Raw after WrestleMania will kick ass. Last couple of years, a little bit underwhelming. I think more than underwhelming. So we will see what happens on Monday night. And we'll also get an idea as far as what Roman Reigns' TV schedule will look like over the next bunch of weeks. So, because Backlash, the road to Backlash begins. So, be well, everybody. Much love, and catch you all in the next one. Ciao, everybody.
As far back as I can remember, I always wanted to be a podcaster. For me to live any other way was nuts. To me, those goody-good people who worked shitty jobs for bum paychecks and took the subway to work every day and worried about their bills were dead. I mean, they were suckers. They had no balls. If I wanted something, I just took it. I ran everything. I paid the bills. I paid the host. I even paid the masked maniac. Everybody had their hands out. Everything was for the taking. We always called each other good fellas. You would always hear from somebody. You're gonna like Don Tony. He's all right. He's a good fella. He's one of us. But if you're part of my crew, nobody ever tells you they're gonna get rid of you. Doesn't happen that way. There weren't any arguments or curses like in the movies. See, your haters come with smiles. They come as your friends, the people who've claimed they care the most for your life. And now that's all over. And that's the best part. Today everything is different. There's lots of action. I don't have to wait around for everything like everyone else. Oh, I didn't get the vaccine? Fuck you, vaccine me. Oh, your delivery guy has COVID? Fuck you, feed me. Right after I moved here, I ordered egg noodles and ketchup, and I got spaghetti with meat sauce. I'm no longer an average nobody, while they get to live the rest of their lives like a bunch of schnooks.